Hello. Get started. I, today, am going to refactor my ECS system. Again. Here I go refactoring again. Let me get set up here. Yeah, okay. I would like to not hear my voice. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, we're ready to go, I think. So, what am I doing today? I am refactoring the ECS system. Why am I doing that? To make it better, more gooder. Why wasn't it good? I changed all of my entity data to U objects just to see some things. And it made it really easy to work with. Now, that completely got rid of basically completely got rid of the whole concept of cache locality that an ECS system should rely on. So while it was very nice for me to work on it and like not have to worry about certain things, it was not as efficient as it could be, but it did allow me to run everything on the background thread quite easily, which was nice. And that allowed me to just get everything set up, you know, all the base processors that I need and stuff like that. It gave me a better idea of what I needed from an ECS system. But now I've changed everything to structs. So that's where I'm at now. I've been working on this refactor a little bit offline. And what I've basically just been doing is I've changed all those U objects to structs so that the data is nice and compact and we can actually take advantage of some of the cache locality. I did get some preliminary stats from it, and like I have here like some tables for like how long my processors were taking before for like 10K entities and 2K entities. And yeah, you can see this is just like one, and everything was running on the game thread when I first ran this, because right now my background threading is kind of broken. That doesn't really work, but like the move to processor, max milliseconds it took was 23, average is 8.5, and if I look at like the old one, 30 was average, 30 to 34 average and median, so it's already 3 times faster at least, so it's a pretty significant improvement. Now I need to get everything running on the background thread. I need to get running on the background thread. So I've been working on this architecture, and I've been bouncing some ideas off of Gemini, which has been nice actually. But where I'm at now is I have a command buffer now. And I've been arguing with Gemini in that I need a temporary ID. It thinks I do. I don't think I do, so I'm gonna get rid of it. But first I need to make everything compile. And I think what the issue was, let me see here. Operator equals, oh, I need an equals operator. Okay, how do I get one of those? Is that, let me see if Ryder can just generate one of those for me. It's not not an equality operator. It wants a just the assignment operator. I need a reference deleted function. What do I need? What do I need for one of those? Can you I just need an example. Class is not explicitly declare a copy constructor. Oh, I specifically need a move operator. Every day I doom scroll till I reach your channel, then I stop. Well, I appreciate you stopping, but I'm sorry for you on the days that I don't stream. Just doomed to a life of never-ending doom scrolling. Do I just need to do that? Let me look for operator. The assignment operator here. It's just for instance structs. Yeah, do I just need one of these guys? Let's see if I just need one of these. Does that build? Doth that build? Yeah, and the rebuilds on the ECS system refactors are pretty. They're pretty fucking big. 84 things every time, it seems. Just use this ECS system in so many places. Yeah, I just want to get this to compile first, and then I want to. I don't think I need a temp. I don't think I need a temp ID. Yeah, so we create. I feel like that should actually get the entity ID. Like the actual next entity. And so I suppose that's tracked in the subsystem. I'm not using it anywhere yet. So yeah, I just want to get this to compile. Then we're gonna run it and see if there's just like any glaring issues. Okay, so that still didn't, yeah, that didn't do it. It still didn't do it. So it needs like an actual thingo. Yeah, I don't know what this constructor is supposed to look like. I just want the equals. Is AI going to give me the answer, or at least a... Okay, but what does the assignment operator need to look like? Give me, so can someone give me an example? Okay, back to the engine, back to the engine code. Okay, so it looks like I'm reading this. Those are all deleted. Yeah, it literally just copies over. Like cleans up. It cleans up this one, and then copies over the data. So it does this, and then like commands equals other commands. And what was the other next temp ID? I guess that's the only two things. Okay, are you happy now? Are you happy now? Why do I have to rebuild 84 things for this class? It's odd. That is odd. And so with this new command buffer approach, I'm gonna need to significantly change almost all of my processors, which is going to be a significant amount of work. And what I'm going to need to do is just change any, because the concepts here are now, I can't just, like right now, what or in my previous ECS system, I was just kind of updating, entity data willy-nilly. And I think for the most part, that was fine. Because I would only really update, first of all, there were multiple members within an entity data, and then I would only ever update it in one place. So I think probably it was a ticking time bomb. Probably. There was like it, for how much of a ticking time bomb I would assume that would be in terms of like read-write access, read access. It didn't happen barely at all. Like I fixed most of the crashes just by using like weak pointers and stuff. So but with this new command buffer approach, anytime I do that, I'm going to need to kind of put that operation into a queue to apply once all the processors are done. And then any long-running async task needs to copy data into it, so there's no collisions, memory access collisions. Okay, what is this telling me? Yes, these data adders. Now, where is it actually coming from? Register data type. What are you telling me here? This is some level of C++ that like is a little baffling to me. So it's the double ref entity data type. Add entity data. Can I get the actual location of where that happened at? I mean, I guess it's just, okay, it's just from this, right? And then I changed how I was doing it. So we did add entity data. Version loses qualifiers. Yeah, do I need the static cast there? What was I doing with data pointer? So before I was specifically extracting it into a thingo. I guess to avoid type erasure or something like that. And then I was doing a move temp as well. Oh, and then I made a data copy of it too. Let's go back to doing that. Oh, that one. Oh, this is a data remover, so that one's, I guess, probably fine. He did it. Let's fucking go. Okay. Now, I moved all of these to the background thread. Did I take them off? I think I've taken them all. Oh no, I did this for each async, yeah. Which is empty now. Okay, so nothing's gonna work. I think I'm actually just going to delete the for each async for now, because that did not work. So we're just gonna do for each. Yeah, so am I gonna put everything back onto the game thread right now? Is that what I'm gonna do? No, I don't know, because I do want these eventually on background thread. Eventually. I'm upset I deleted all the code in there. I didn't have that. But for my async processors, so I'm now gonna have like, before all my processors were async, and I'm gonna try and get it back there just to have like a starting point, but now there's actually going to be a distinction between synchronous and async processors. And let's see if we just we're probably gonna crash for some reason by clicking play here. Yeah. We just can't even spawn entities at the moment. So interesting, that doesn't work. My generic add entity doesn't work. Register data type. Oh, Jesus. It's not even giving me a good stack trace right now either. That's gonna be a pain. Why are you like this? Can I at least get like a line number, please? Entity data type generic. So I'm copying here. Does that matter? I don't think it matters because it's an instance struct. So it's not like copying the actual data, I wouldn't think. Copying the pointer to the data. Yeah, this adder function does not... The new adder function does not work, it seems. I did have it this way before. Hello. Legendary Villain, welcome.
John C.
Welcome everyone.
Why are you running?
Thank you for the raid.
Why are you running?
How was the stream?
Put it in reverse, Terry.
What a reverse.
Oh, Lord.
How goes it? It's just getting started. We're just getting started.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? We're just getting started. So it's going good so far. I'm refactoring the ECS system today again. And we're making some pretty drastic changes to the architecture. So I'm just working through those right now. I'll have an actual command buffer to like properly handle my background thread chaos degeneracy. Prismatica, welcome in. Arjot, hello. George, what's with all the loud noises? Yes, you get it. Welcome in, everyone. What's up, man? What's up, guys? I would show the game, but we're at a bit of a crash right now. Pretty good at fix lots and with lots of bugs, and now my enemies don't act like they did a line of speed before accepting commands. Hey, that's maybe that you save that for a hard mode. Maybe you save that for a hard mode. It'd been a couple of days. I didn't stream yesterday. I was trying to get this refactor ironed out. For the base of it, I did. Now I just got to get the kinks figured. Now these generic data adder functions are they're being a nuisance, and I don't have a very good stack trace. It would be very nice for it to tell me. I mean, I generally know I generally know. What the issue is, but like that doesn't help me a whole lot. Where is my old funky wonk here? Yeah. Let me look at the old one. There's it. There it is. Here's my old function. Now, what was I doing? Oh yeah, this is one I vibe coded, and it ended up working. Adder find struct type data instance struct type. Okay. Versus the struct type is passed in. And then in my spawner, I did data instance dot get script struct. And then a pointer to this copied data instance, which maybe that's the issue. Let's try that. Let's try a const ref there. Well, no, because I'm giving it the instance struct as memory, as raw memory. I don't actually. Maybe that's the issue. Where's my old funk? Go away. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I see the issue now. So I need to data instance. So yeah, that was always going to fail. Data instance, data memory. I need to do this. Make a pointer to that. Yeah, I think that's the juice right there. Okay, let's see if that gives us a crash as well. What the fuck is that? Oh yeah, that's all the warnings that have popped up now. Okay, we're good. Okay, still crashed. Still crashed. Now we're crashing on what, register data type? We're crashing on register data type here. I thought I had just fixed this. Well, I just fixed that one. Oh no, this is still from... Wait, aren't these register data types supposed to happen on initialize? Okay, yeah, they are. Okay, maybe it's not on. I mean, the stack trace does show register data type, F ability system entity data. Of course, I can't see a damn thing. That is the first one there, though. Okay, so this is still broken. Okay, so I don't know what the issue is then. I don't know what the issue is. Okay. Let me look at what I was doing before. So we were doing this. F data adder. Did I delete that already? No, it's right there. Okay, let's go back to the old way temporarily. Boo, 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 boo. Rather than that, we're gonna do this. Add function. So this one worked. This one worked. I'll ignore the removers. We're not gonna remove any entity data yet. Wish I had this skill. I don't know if I'd call what I'm doing right now a skill. And so this was my generic. This was my old generic add entity data function. Kind of just shooting from the hip right now. So we have this one, and I wanted to do. Let's go back to the spawn. It's all the spawner. Okay, so goodbye. Just comment that out. Yieldy source control. Entity system. Yeah, just give me that. Oh, it wanted the pointer. Right. Okay. So let's try that. Does that even compile? 83 actions. Oh boy. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. I suppose that's what happens when you have 107 changed files in your commit. Jed, welcome in. How are you? How is everyone? I think I saw you over in Shawnee B's stream for a hot second before I started streaming. Today I'm working on refactoring the ECS system that I have here, and explained it briefly at the beginning of the stream, but before I was just using U objects for all of my entity data, which is kind of like that's not how you're traditionally supposed to write an ECS system, but I'm a bit of a maverick, you know. I did that because like that completely ignores the cache locality processor like efficiency. That's supposed to be the main thing that you do in an ECS system. So I was kind of ignoring that in favor of working faster with the U objects. It allowed me to do things in the background thread a lot easier, and it allowed me to get a better picture of what I needed my processors to actually do, like what the ECS system overall was going to look like. So it allowed me to work faster, I think, is kind of why I settled on that. And it still gave me pretty good performance because it made running on the background threads really easy. But now I have already done like a small refactor, or a small part of it, which is just changing all the U objects to instant structs. And so if you look at this move to processor for 2K entities for about 2 minutes. The max time was 135 milliseconds, average 30, median 34 milliseconds. And this was happening on the background thread before. And then I just did like a brief test when I had everything running. It wasn't running in like the same way, so it's not like, that's why I didn't do like a full test, but like it was already, the max milliseconds was down to 23, average 8.5, median 8.7 milliseconds for 2K entities for about 2 minutes. And all in this test, they were all running on the game thread in synchronously, so it can get even better than this. So it's already about 3 times more efficient, over 3 times more efficient already. But now I'm trying to build in basically a command buffer, which what that will allow me to do, because like now that I'm using structs for the data, what that means is I can't just like willy-nilly use things from separate threads now, because the memory is tightly, it's like the memory's very compact, and I can't just like use weak pointers and stuff like that, because the point accessing a pointer is actually, that's the slow part, you know, that's the slow part. And so what I need to do is I need to make sure that my long running async tasks, first of all, copy data in. Like they cannot work on uncopied data, because that data could get modified at any time. So they need to copy it in, and then their outputs need to go through a command buffer that applies them, kind of reconciles all the different threads. And so I have a thread safe queue on my entity system now. That's like a fucking massive, it is now a massive file. There's my command queue, pending command buffers, and those will get applied at the beginning of every frame on the tick method before it kicks off the new processors. So yeah, let's see what was going on here. So this still doesn't work. F instance right left must be a class, struct, or union. Why was this working before? Do I have a better... Do I have any better explanation? No, not really. Here, oh, here we go. What do we got? What do you got for me? Const f instanced struct star. Get or create entity data. Add entity data. So wait, which one is this going to? That's the wrong one. That is going to the wrong one. That should be going through this one. Oh, because it's is it because it's const ref? That might be why, actually. Okay, change that back to copy. Dereferencing a pointer, you mean? What did I say? Or did I just say accessing a pointer? I mean, just using layman's terms here. When you use a pointer. What's your problem? Does not evaluate to a function taking 3 arguments. Right. Yeah, because I used the different one. Right? Adder function. That does take 3 arguments. What the heck? Oh, adder dot add. Wait. G data. Oh yeah, I'm doing this. G data adder structs. There we go. Adder. There you go. There we go. Okay, it compiles. Yay. Can we actually spawn entities now? Like, we're still probably going to crash. I just want to make sure we can get past the spawn entity stage. Maybe I should turn down the number of spawns as well. I think I have it set to like 2K right now. Yeah, we have 2K. Let's just give me one guy. Just spawn one guy. Hey, we did it. Sir, you left your mace behind. Okay, we didn't even crash. Okay. Fuck it. 2K. Let's go. Now this is going to crash. It's not crashing. It's not crashing. Why? Wait, why isn't it crashing? There we go. There. Oh no, that's not even a crash. That's an assertion. Wow. 2K at 60 FPS, and I haven't even done all of my optimizations. Holy mother of yes, look at all the mines have never been so greedy. Yes, of course. Give me with the stat unit and stat FPS here. This, I feel like this should be crashing right now. I mean, it's very so the things aren't working properly. The attachment processor is not attaching. But it is running logic and shit. So yeah, this is actually... Okay, there we go. I knew something was... Yeah, this one keeps fucking happening, man. And I have no idea what the issue is actually here. That was 2K at 70 FPS, and I think a lot of them... Actually, no, they're all happening on the background threads, so... I'm actually surprised that it got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. Because I'm going to change everything. I don't know what the deal is here. I've seen this one actually crash in my old system as well. Yeah, I think it's a fool's errand to try and troubleshoot that specific crash right now. I think the symptom is that we are getting data probably while another thread has been accessing, writing to it or something. That's doing state tree stuff. Yeah, see, here we go. That might be it. Yeah, that might be it. This thread, I think, was updating. Well, it was updating the custom data. It was still on the instance data, which is a struct. So I think there's a collision here. Yeah, someone understood that reference I was getting at, so thank you. Thank you, Voxnell. you picked up what I was putting down. Okay, so it's actually, it's doing swell, really. I mean, that was kind of nice. Okay, but we're not actually using the command buffer at all. At all. So, two things that we need to do. First of all, is that we need to just operate on copies. We need to operate on copies. We need to read from copies. How am I going to do that? Because I don't think I have that built out yet. Also, for each async was just not. Oh yeah. Because I changed it. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I would like it to where the processors just kind of define their own logic, and then the subsystem itself is a little agnostic of it. So here's where that happens. Process entities. And I guess if it's just not processing, do it. Do the thing. And so I guess it'll really just be down to the process async to handle giving the copies to the function. The funky wonk, which is like the boilerplate that I need for this, is kind of horrendous and I hate it, but it works pretty well. So like this, I would want to change these to copies. But see, I'm editing right here. So this is where I would want to, this is where the command buffer should come into play. Long time. Can I see how you've come with the inventory? Maybe when I get booted back up here. So we're kind of in the middle of a refactor. Yeah, when I get back up, I can show the conclusion of the hauling to stockpiles and containers and stuff. So entity data types, I actually think no ref there. Is that all I need? And what we're gonna do is basically copy that. And then I need a, what is it, CPU. It is trace CPU profiler, because I need some profiler things here. Event scope string. And then that would be scope name. I hope that works. I don't know if it does. And then we run this, we'll just do async task. Yeah. Hang on, come back to me. There we go. Okay, that looks nice. I like that. So get entity data. Is there one for... I want to delete these entity data views because I didn't end up using those. Let's delete those. That's just kind of getting in the way. Get entity data. I think that is just going to get the non-ref version of it. We'll see. Nice touch with the cursor. It's a script. If you Google search OBS zoom follow mouse, The GitHub should pop up for what I'm using. I had to slightly modify mine though to work well with Unreal Engine. For better viewing experience for you all. Okay, yeah, back down here. So I think then we just call on complete here. And we should be good. Okay, the question now is, does this compile? Does that compile? And I suppose, yeah, I'm no longer doing an async task there. I guess I was with everything else, though. Well, I wasn't there. Oh, yeah, wait. Okay, so the chunk processor was not doing anything. Okay, the other ones were still in their own async task. Okay. Okay, yeah, it did not. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I would like you to copy. When working with these like type erased template class thingos, it makes it really hard because first of all you lose your code coloring, but second of all it's like, what the hell am I working with here? Like, is this a ref? Is this a copy? You know, I don't know. So we're saying function does not, okay, so it's not working for the chunk processor. Right, okay, maybe that's just the chunk processor's fault. I think that might just be the chunk processor's fault. Like, so now the for each async, it literally, I can't bind any functions to it that take refs. Is that the case? Is that what I'm seeing here? Because I wrote, if that's actually intended functionality. That is actually, that's a feature, not a bug. I'm doing the Bethesda approach to refactoring here. Oh no, big refactor. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Kool-Aid Man busts through. If only I had like an emote to like... I should do that. Like have an effect where it looks like the Kool-Aid Man busts through the code on screen. Oh yeah. It's like whenever something goes wrong, I'll just say, oh, you know what would be cool? I don't know. Have people done like voice triggered commands through OBS, you know what I mean? Like where you're talking into the mic and then like there's some speech API or LLM listening to what you're saying, and it has like the ability to like play emotes and shit. It'd be funny if whenever I said, oh no, the Kool-Aid Man busted through the screen and said, oh yeah. That would be pretty funny. Interesting. I don't know if you've seen that before. That'd be a good idea. I feel like I can't be the first one to have thought of that. You know what I mean? And it would probably take like a lot of processing power or something. You know what I mean? To just have that kind of a system running. So that compiled. That's great. That's great news. That is great news. Let me look. Okay, so there were only those 2 usages. So I think as long as we don't crash, I'm happy with that. Now, some things are not going to be working. Yeah, like the attachments. Okay, that's an assertion. A different thing. This same fucking thing. From within... Ah, it's from within the ISM processor now. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so now they're not updating at all anymore. So yeah, this is where I need to get down into the command buffer stuff, because now it's just going to straight up not work. I was fine with the attachment processor not working and the chunk processor not working, but this is the ISM processor. This is what actually applies movement data to the ISM instances. And yeah, if that doesn't work, then nothing happens really on screen. So let's get into it. So I think we're gonna change this now. Yeah, so what we're gonna need to do is get rid of that. Get rid of that. For each async, give it a. Now I should probably. I want to check real quick. We should check. We should check that this scope thing works. The profile scope name works before I get too deep in here. So I think that one needs to be a ref. Yeah, I think we pass by ref there, but then we can pass by copy here. Is processing false? Are we all self-contained except for that we're adding to? Well, this is going to go out of memory though. That's going to go out of memory. Okay, how would I fucking do something like this then? Wait, how was this working before? Oh, because it was alive on the thread. It was alive on the thread. I almost need it to be a member now. Yeah. I guess I could just copy it here then to mimic that functionality. We should at least, at the very least, we should clear it out when we get here. Dots. Does reset not get rid of the memory? Same as empty, but doesn't change memory allocations. Perfect. Okay, that's what we want. That's what we want. I mean, maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine. Let's just get it to not crash so I can get a quick, what is this saying? Cannot be, oh, yeah. Get rid of that. Yeah, I just want to get a quick trace in so that I can see if that, basically that line works. What's happening now? What's happening? Oh yeah, I have to go through and change all of these functions to not take refs anymore. Yeah. I wish I had a better error for that, because that error does not it's not very descriptive of what the actual problem is. YouTube's fine with F works. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Welcome in, everyone. 88 people on Shorts. Hello. Happy Sunday. I'm doing a big refactor for my ECS system. For some game dev. Working on a game. Hi there, Madron. Hello. Welcome in. I'm gonna turn off, let's turn off the ECS system. The no spawning, and then I'll show the world and talk about the game for a little bit since we got some people coming in. So let's do 592, that's probably fine. Let's make sure spawning is turned off. Yeah, don't spawn anything, because it's gonna break. So I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. So here is just, a small section of the world procedurally generated, so it's going to be like a big open world with a bunch of different zones and biomes and stuff to explore. Run around recruiting colonists and building out different colonies throughout the world. Be AI ran colonies as well. Well, I should say AI in the game dev sense, so like NPC ran colonies, not actual like LLMs or anything like that. Excuse me for asking this. What system is it? I mean, like C or C++ or Java. It's Unreal Engine C++. Yeah. I think Minecraft is the only game written in Java. I mean, there's probably more, but like that's basically it. Wesley, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So yeah, here's the world. Here's the world map. Lost Caravan, Stormcrest Expanse. So each of these zones have different names. Riftwood Fortress, the Inventor's Workshop of Innovation, Raven's Roost. And so you can see up here as I hover over each one, they have different names and stuff. Stormvale Hollow, Frostbloom Ridge. Eventually these names will be actually flavorful as to like what's spawned into the world. Right now they're just kind of purely random. RuneScape was written in Java? Okay, so there's two games. Yeah, Java is not a traditional game dev language. But each pixel on this map is a terrain chunk. So there's one terrain chunk. So I'm only showing right now about like a 4 chunk radius right now, which is pretty small. But what I'm thinking for the game is something like vanilla WoW in terms of classes and combat. You know, like different classes to choose from, each with a bunch of unique abilities to choose from. Talent trees, deep talent trees. And then something like RimWorld for the Colony Sim side of things, which RimWorld is a very depthy colony sim. It's a smaller scale colony sim, but the individual colonists therein have like a lot of randomness to them, and the whole game just kind of, they call it a story generator, or the creator calls it a story generator. And so what that means is basically a bunch of random ass shit happens, and it's really fun. And so you can run around the world, recruit colonists, build your own colony. I have like a little building system that you can do. You know, you place these blueprints, and then you actually have to like, these are just like my dummy ones. But like, eventually you'll need to like chop wood, take it over there, you know, apply the wood to the building, and then you actually have to spend time building it because there's going to be a construction skill. And this is to facilitate the colony sim side of things. And so I also have this dynamic tree chopping. So wherever the axe connects, it actually modifies it at runtime. And I got 7 wood from that. And then I can like keep chopping the stump here. And yeah, it's not fully working, as you can see, but it's a proof of concept, basically. Eventually, you'll need to have your colonists like bring those back to the base and the lumber mill to actually process them and everything. But you can imagine, you know, if the colonists have different needs and moods, different traits and different skill levels, that you'll start to build this colony, and you'll give them different jobs, and you'll build them little houses, and they'll all want different things. Then I have some AI-generated quests as well. And so I can't show that right now because the ECS system is in flux right now. Which the ECS system, it's a data-oriented architecture that allows you to like really efficiently run like thousands and thousands of NPCs in a world. And my world is about 15 kilometers large, so I need a lot of entities to fill it out. And I want them to be running at all times, rather than just like faking it like a lot of games do. Like, for example, if I built a colony in this zone, and then I ran like all the way up here, like I still want your colony over here to be running, right? Like I still want any colonists that you've you know, sent out to go chop trees. I want them to actually have to run over to the forest to chop the trees and bring the wood back. And if there's any like bandits or wolves or anything in the forest, they're going to get attacked by those. And it's actually going to run the combat, right? And so combat right now is my biggest bottleneck. With my previous ECS system, I was only getting about 200 entities in combat at a time before I dropped down to like 30 FPS. And most of that is because of GAS, the gameplay ability system, but I'm going to be overriding quite a bit of that. That's a built-in Unreal Engine system. So I'm going to be overriding quite a bit of that to get it to run on the background thread properly. Hello, developer. I wonder how to start game dev. I have good experience as a full-stack developer that worked on web, mobile, desktop apps, so I'm not new to programming or system design. I mean, the way you start... I mean, it sounds like you already know how to start. Like, starting game dev is not going to be any different from starting to learn any other new technology, right? And I assume, since you have experience in other technologies, you understand how you learn best. So, you should understand how to apply that to a new technology, whether it's game dev or anything. Now, I know you might have been asking for like a specific... You might have been asking for a specific tutorial or starting place. I don't have one of those. I don't really like watch tutorials or anything like that, really. I don't have like a course or anything that I follow. I just kind of come up... Oh, this is a nice seed. Look at that. I just kind of come up with a... Why is he asking this guy? Why not? Yeah, my preferred method of learning is just by doing. So, you know, I didn't know anything about Unreal Engine before I started working on this project. So I just come up with a project that I'm motivated to work on, and then I just, you know, break it down into individual steps and try to figure out how to get those individual steps accomplished. Is there a story in this game? There will be. Nothing set in stone yet. Yeah, this is like my red. So I only really have 2 different biomes at the moment. I have the foresty biome that we saw before. And then this one is actually like my meadows biome. It doesn't really make sense with the red textures. I was just kind of playing around with stuff. But we also have the 3D noise, which creates these really interesting caves to explore. Nothing really exciting down here yet, though. I will eventually spawn ore and monsters and stuff down here. Dude, this is a massive cave system. Not all the chunks are generated. Maybe let's walk over there. Let's walk over there. Was that over there? I think that was over there. And so yeah, the terrain is like technically destructible, although it's like not useful at the moment. First of all, because my animations are fucking awful, as you can see. Okay, there we go. So there's some destructible terrain for you. Technically possible. I have proof of concept of it, but yeah, it's not actually useful at the moment. So more work to be done. More work to be done. But yeah, this is I was gonna play around with like a little meadows or not a meadows, a red biome with like red grass and stuff like that. And so I just kind of changed the textures to be a little more interesting. Where was that cave at? Where was that? I forgot where the cave was. Was it over there? Yeah, that's where it started. Oh, there's like a tiny entrance right there. That's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. And that's probably a zone entrance chunk. So like what I do with these zones is where each color changes, that's like a different zone. And so I surround each of these colors with a mountain range. And I did this because I wanted the zones to be a little bit more like something like World of Warcraft zones and less like Minecraft biomes. Because, you know, the Minecraft or even Valheim, those biomes just kind of seamlessly blend from one to another. There's no like actual contained or confined zone that like has a name and has a story, you know. Like in WoW, you know, each zone has like a name, and like that's a place in the world that, you know, is relevant in the lore and stuff like that. And so I wanted something more so like that. And in WoW, I think one of the things that helps kind of give the zones personality is by making them, for the most part, confined with physical boundaries and borders to them. You know, like the border might be an ocean or a river or a mountain a lot of times. Oh, Jesus, I almost fell. Okay. Yeah, I need to turn up the... God damn, that's huge. That's a massive cave. I need to turn up the chunk generation distance to see a little bit farther in here. But yeah, this is a massive cave system. And then it pops out like over there and up over here. Yeah, that's really cool. But anyways, what's cool about this little part here, this creates like a natural entrance from zone to zone. You can see I don't blend my materials yet. But because of the... I think that's like... Where was that? That was like that direction. So I think that's that right there. That white dot is a zone entrance chunk. And what that does is it creates a break in the border mountains. And so that's what happened there. Now, the zone that I'm in has a different terrain noise. You can see how this zone has like a really spiky terrain noise. This one has like really large mountain kind of terrain noise. And so even though there's a zone entrance chunk right here on this corner, the mountains kind of like deleted a lot of it, you know, because the mountains just kind of extruded up anyways. But it turns out there was just like one tiny little space here. And so it created like this really, really small, probably pretty hidden, right? And I think these zone entrances really like create a cool sense of exploration. Because like if you were in this zone, well, here's another one. You can just walk through right here, which is kind of cool, right? So if there's not a zone entrance chunk, you can find a cave in the mountains to go through sometimes. Or you can dig through. or you can build, you know, stairs up and back down. But I think what's really cool is like if you were in a zone like this and you were, you know, you're exploring around and you just see, you know, maybe you come up from this angle and then you see like a little break right there. You're like, oh, what's over there? And then it's like as you turn the corner, it's like, whoa, look at that cave. And then it kind of just like opens up into this completely different zone than what you were in. I think that's like a really cool experience. And relating that back to World of Warcraft, you know, like going from the Barrens to Ashenvale for the first time is like the example I always use. You go from this like African Sahara savanna type zone into like an enchanted forest type zone. And it's like completely different. It's completely different. And the drastic change between the zones is really cool. And it creates this really nice sense of exploration that I hope to convey to the player. Then it'll be a roguelite as well. So I'm hoping each run, it's going to be like a long form roguelite. You know, most roguelites are going to be 30 minutes to an hour long. And I want to experiment with like a longer form roguelike where a run is hours and hours and hours long, right? And you have like a whole world to explore. But when you die, you start over at level 1. Now, I said my game was going to be like WoW in terms of class design. But I think as you level up every few levels, I'll give you like 3 different abilities to choose from. And then you'll have to kind of create like a build for your character. So hopefully each run you're experimenting with new builds. And then I'll have some class quests throughout the world where, you know, maybe if you're a mage, you hear from some, maybe you recruit a mage colonist and you hear from some like, you hear from him that there's some archmage in a tower somewhere that knows some powerful spell. And so you can go, you start a quest to like go find him. And then maybe once you get to him, you know, you do something for him and he gives you the knowledge of a new spell or ability. And then that's in your pool of abilities to pick from, you know. And so I think that unlocking new abilities by doing these like world class quests will be a really fun thing as well. But when you die, you'll start over, you'll lose all your abilities, and you have to create a new build. Now, the world stays the same. Whatever you've done in the world stays there, right? Whatever colonies you've built, still going to be there, still going to be running, right? They might get attacked while you're gone, though, so you'll need to make sure that you build up defenses for them and stuff like that. If you've recruited like a really good blacksmith colonist, then, you know, if he dies, and you don't have him anymore. But if he's still alive when you get back, maybe he can craft you better gear than you would have had last run. So there's a little bit of meta progression there as the roguelite and Colony Sim systems interact with each other. But I think there'll probably also just be some form of currency as well to spend on meta progression. And I think the world will probably have a pretty steep difficulty curve to kind of like facilitate that cycle of death and rebirth. But yeah, today I'm working on my ECS system, which is Entity Component System. And yeah, that's what I use to run thousands and thousands of entities. I'm just working on a refactor for it. So usually I'd have stuff spawned into the world, but I don't at the moment. Yeah, this is a fucking awesome seed. This cave is just crazy. Like, I just imagine if you look down in here and like you see like a Balrog walking around or like a goblin camp or something, you know? So yeah, there's the procedural terrain and a little bit about the world and everything. There's one little tree up here. And one little sunflower. Is this WoW? No. No, it's not. I know there are a couple UI elements that look like WoW, but that does not make it WoW. It is going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. It just makes you go, wow. Yeah, I suppose that's what does it. Yeah, that sun glare is kind of a lot. Okay, so let's get back to work. Let us get back to work. Goodbye, cool seed. Hello, test world. Okay, so let's spawn a bunch of fucking entities. We have 2,000 set here. So let's see if this crashes again. Yeah, see now the custom data is just not working at all anymore, which is what used to set the color. Shit, now this is crashing. Can I continue from this? Yeah, I can actually. Okay. Just give me. Yeah, I just need a little profile. Thank you. Okay, so I just need to make sure that that little scope trace worked. Uh-oh, I'm not sure that it did. Let me double check what they actually were. So I should see attachment processor there. And I don't. Fuck. Oh man, that's so annoying. Oh boy. Okay. State tree processor, velocity processor. Let's make sure it's actually getting hit. Make sure we can get a breakpoint here. Interesting. Okay, so we're not actually hitting... Oh, I know what the issue is. Yeah, I know what the issue is, actually. Okay, hang on. Stop that. So, it never completes. Yeah, so I need this on complete to be like... So wait, I'm calling this for each entity. Well, I should probably do it there, actually. That's probably the issue. But it's an async time. Ah, shit. Yeah, I kind of have to change how I'm doing things, actually. Oh, that makes this so annoying, actually. That makes this so annoying. I think maybe I don't want to use a function for async background tasks. I think this is probably just causing more issues than it's solving. I think I should instead use a for each, a regular for each, and then the function, because I do have a for each that does a copy, right? I should. Yeah, one's const ref, and then one's ref. Okay, so I don't. I'm gonna change the const ref one to do a copy. I don't know that if I want a ref, I'm gonna update it, right? Otherwise, I should use the copy. So we're gonna do that, and then that kind of completely gets rid of the need for the for each async now. It will mean that I want to do this. We'll change that. And then that kind of absolves my need for the CPU profiler event, so I don't even need to check that that's working. So we're basically just going to go back to what we were doing. Does that satisfy that? I think so. I think so. BS processing, got to make sure to set that to false at the end. Async task, background thread, normal pria. Okay, yeah, so let's just delete the async one. And I think there was one other, yeah, there was at least one other one. For each, we can do this now just at the end. Yeah, I think this is just more clear. Just let the processor define how it should run, you know? I am locking here. I think that's fine. What else was I doing? Yeah, all of them just run in async tab. Let me make sure I have the profile scope, okay. Rebuild now. We need to rebuild. It's gonna be like 84 actions. 83, yeah. Okay, so that's gonna be a minute. That's gonna be a minute. Now, the parallel for each, I will want to use that eventually, but to get some pure stats for some metrics between our old runs and our new runs, pre and post refactor. I'm not going to do that out the gate. Not going to do that out the gate. I do need to get the command buffer up and going. So let me think about that. I don't want to use this temp ID thing, which means I will need to get the subsystem in here so that I can get the next ID. Now that part can happen from anywhere, right? Yeah, I'm not even sure if this would fully work, right? And I guess this is just for creating an entity, which, okay, maybe I don't worry about this right now because I don't really need to create an entity. I just need to add entity data to an existing one, which I'm pretty sure would override. Commands add, so let me look at my command processor. Command buffer. We give it a ref. Yeah, attempt to real ID map, which is something that like I said, I don't think I want to do that anymore. If data is valid. Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping that this will override the existing data. Otherwise, I need like a specific edit function here. The data adders here. We add entity data. Oh, there was another. There was another. Now this, I'm not running on the background. Or was I? Was I ever running this on the background thread? I don't. Well, I have the game thread, so I think I probably was at some point. So yeah, that, yeah. So I think that's good. Is processing we set to true. It won't get called again while that's happening. We're doing the copies. Okay. YouTube knows me. I'm supposed to write my midterms in informatics. I don't know shit. Well, if you need to write it on game dev, you might be in the right place. Hello, how's everything, dude? What are you working on today? It's all well. It's all well and good. I am working on an ECS system refactor. I am changing from using U objects and, you know, lots of background multi-threaded stuff to using instanced, or not instanced, just structs for memory in my ECS system. And that's with the intention of taking advantage of cache locality processor architecture. Because that's what an ECS system is supposed to do. That's like the main point. And I wasn't doing that because I wanted something easier to work with. So now I'm like, now that I got kind of like a base system, I'm going back and refactoring it to use structs now that I understand things a bit better. And I'm already seeing massive gains. What IDE is that? First of all, thank you for the follow. Second of all, it is Rider, JetBrains. Specific for Unity and Unreal Engine. Anyways, we're doing this add entity data function here. So we're going to get or create pool data array. We do in place, actually. We are in placing there. So I think I need a specific edit function. Oh, Wild. Yeah, it's free for non-commercial use too. Highly recommended if you're doing any game development. It is a million times better than Visual Studio or VS Code. I thought their C, C++ stuff was Sea Lion. Yeah, you'd be correct there. Game dev it's a completely different animal. Like the Unreal Engine C++ is quite different. And it is massively helpful. It really does a good job of teaching you how to write Unreal Engine code, which is different from C++ code, even though it is still the same language. So yeah, this is always in placing. Let me go to the data pool, remove entity, get entity data, and then the data pool base has the add, or what? No, we're just adding outside of that. Okay, so what do I need to do here to edit this? I guess I need to index to entity map. That's not a map. Did I change that at some point? I guess I just need to grab here. This actually shouldn't be too bad. So I'm going to copy paste here. I'm going to say edit entity data. Or rather, maybe I should just make this aware of that. So one function that kind of just handles it. Because it's not like I need ads to like be that performant. Pointers haunt me every night. They're not so bad. Once you understand that, like most programming languages, you're just working with pointers, it becomes a lot easier to understand. Because then it's refs that are actually become the difficult thing to work with, not pointers. My entity systems are normally just a block allocator mempool for each entity. Then I just store pointers to those entities in various lists depending on properties, whether they're solid, etc. Not really sure how ECS works. Yeah, so the main point of an ECS system is to take advantage of processor cache locality. And for those who don't know, this is something I've newly learned over my game dev journey. So it's super useful information to have. But the expensive parts of a CPU operations are like reading pointers, like following a pointer. Because what that means is you have to go from the processor all the way over to the RAM and get the memory and load that memory into the processor's cache. Processors have local caches. There's like L1, L2. There's different ones. And because of the physical distance and because of how they're just architected and built, reading from the processor's cache is like so many times more efficient than having to go all the way over to RAM to grab the memory. And so processors try to compensate for that by whenever they go over to RAM to grab some memory, they don't just grab that one piece of memory, they grab everything next to it, physically next to it in memory. And I think it's 64 bytes. They grab whatever the nearest 64 bytes is, and then they bring all that over. It's called like a cache line. And they bring all that over into one of the L1, L2, whatever cache is on the processor. And so to take advantage of that architecture, what you need to do is whenever you're for looping over something, you need to make sure that your data is compacted. And Unreal Engine containers, some of them have functions for this. And so like if you were using like an array, you have like a T array of, F, some struct. I'll just say my entity. So now before I, iterate over this, what you should do is you should do something like reserve for like, whatever, num active entities or something or something. And this might be entities to update, to update entities, right? You want to reserve the memory because that will reserve a contiguous block of memory. And so when you're for looping over this, it'll run so fucking fast. Like it is crazy how much faster it runs. If this were an array of UObject pointers, every time it looped over an entity and followed one of those pointers, it's doing so much work because it has to go back to the RAM every single time to figure out what memory this pointer is pointing to, and bring that memory over to the CPU to actually do the operations on it. And so that trip is so expensive. So if you use the struct and you make sure that your arrays are contiguous arrays, when you for loop over it, it is lightning fast, because every trip that it takes to grab more memory, it's going to grab the next 64 bytes as well. And then each thread kind of has its own kind of cache to it as well. So there's a lot more to it, but that's the main part of an ECS system, is to do something like that. But the acronym ECS stands for Entity Component System. Entities are basically just IDs, components are pieces of data, and a system is just something that iterates over some set of data, right? So that's the architecture of it. But the underlying, cache locality principle that I just explained, that's the important part. And that's what I'm doing now is refactoring for that. And just I did a small test. So before, when I was using pointers, take a look at my move to here. This is for 2K entities that were all ISMCs for about 2 minutes, right? The max milliseconds for a processor running for the move to processor, which is what the system part of ECS. 135 milliseconds for the max one. Average is 30, median 34. Now I just this wasn't a complete same test because I was running on everything on the game thread. It shouldn't really make that much of a difference, but I didn't want to do a full test. The move to processor, just from switching to structs and not even really thinking about cache locale, I didn't change any of the actual code, but just switching from UObjects to structs. Max milliseconds 23, average 8.5, median 8.7, which is over 3 times more performant, which means I can handle 3 times more entities now. That's pretty drastic. And to continue to take advantage of that cache locality principle, you really need to think about how you structure your components of the ECS system, the data. And I haven't really thought about that at all, right? I was just shooting from the hip. I was like, I just need to get something done. I need to work with it a little bit so that, I understand what I need. Because I'm all about fast feedback. I'm all about iterative development, right? I don't want to figure out everything up front, because then I feel like I'm going to get nothing done. I'm going to learn nothing, right? I want to fail fast. So that's what I did. I'm like, I'm just going to use UObjects. I'm just going to throw everything on the background thread. And I got pretty decent performance from that, right? Like everything running on the background thread, I could have 10K entities. As long as they weren't all in combat, it was fine. Now I'm going to be able to have like 100K after I finish this. I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess, which is awesome. But that's not even considering like what my data looks like. Let's look at avatar entity data. Like I have a pointer here, right? I have a pointer here. I have a pointer here. Like look at all this data. I don't use all of this data in every processor loop, in every system loop, right? And that's where I'm losing some of that benefit. Now, this, like, take for instance this ISM instance data here. Like this struct. Oh, that's the old one, but still same information. This struct is 384 bytes, so it probably can't even grab multiple of these at a time from RAM. But if I were to make these smaller, and maybe I just put instance data in its own entire struct, and I store that as an array in the entity system. And the subsystem that I have, this ISM instance data is only, I guess it's 160. God damn, what's on here? Okay, maybe I need to trim that down too. But the point being, like, if you only have a small piece of, the smaller your components are, and the more they line up with what your processors need to iterate over, the faster it is going to be. And so I'm not even taking advantage of that, really. I just changed from UObjects to structs. So there's so much more performance that I'm leaving on the table. And what I want to do here is I'm going to refactor the underlying architecture to be able to take advantage of that. And then after I get everything stable and working, I'll do a big commit. I have like 100 fucking files changed right now. So it's going to be pretty big. I'm working on a command buffer right now for async processing, for proper background thread handling. But I'm going to get everything working, and then I'm going to go, the next step to that is actually going to be changing how the processors actually work, because I'm doing a lot in each one, And it was really easy to get started and get everything spun up and figure out what I needed each processor to do there. But now I need to split them up into very fine-grained operations to really take advantage of that. So yeah, that's how ECS systems kind of work. Now, some things to consider. You know, even though it's very fast, you need to kind of make sure that things are happening at the proper times, and that's where some difficulty comes in, especially when you're trying to do things background threaded, asynchronous. You can't just be editing struct data, because then that any other thread that's like reading to that struct it's gonna fail. It's gonna crash. Exception's gonna happen unless you're doing thread locking, or unless you do something like what I have here, which is a command buffer. So any edits that need to happen to data get put into a, like, I think what I'm planning to do is just put a copy of whatever the new struct, whatever the new data should be. We're going to put that into a TQ, which is a thread safe container. And then at the beginning of each frame is kind of like a sync point. The beginning of each frame, as I tick through the processors, first thing I do is going to be process all the command buffers that have been added to. And it's a thread safe container, so it could have been added to from some long running asynchronous task, right? And so now I've kind of decoupled the notion of the processors needing that data to be stable, because now they're all going to get, you know, if they're running on background threads, they're going to get copies of the data. So they're completely isolated. Now, if they're running on the game thread, they can work on the refs. We don't need to copy data. You know, copying data does take time as well. So we're not going to do that if they run on the game thread. All of mine run on the background thread right now, and I'm going to try and keep it that way and see how it goes. So I'm going to keep it as similar as possible for the comparison, the before and after comparison. And then maybe I'll do a video about it or something. We'll see. But yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. I love seeing huge optimization wins like this. Yeah, when I first ran it, I was like, holy shit. And I was running that, I think it was yesterday that I did that. I think that's why I had my mempool, but I guess that's relying on a fair amount of luck. Yeah, if you're using a pointer, like you're getting rid of that. And I think that's what you mentioned. You said, I just store a pointer to those entities. Yeah, like whenever you read from that, I guess you can't read from a pointer or I say you shouldn't read from a pointer in a processor. That's where the degradations happen, the performance degradations happen. Whenever I try to make like a vector of objects, I always end up with massive issues in adding/removing. Now, when you say objects, what do you mean? Like classes or like structs? As in, you can't remove without shifting everything unless you keep track of like a free list, but that's the same as the block allocator. So yeah, I know that there are different ways to handle that, and it kind of depends on what your game is. Like, I'm probably not going to have that much. I mean, I guess I will. Like, I think what you need is a sync point for that stuff to happen, right? You need to queue up an action to add or delete. And then you can do things like a remove at swap and then propagate that to wherever it needs to go, to your different data storages, right? You can either do that, or you can just leave your arrays as having non-contiguous blocks of memory where you remove from it, and then that element is just empty. Now, you do lose out on a little bit of that, processor improvement, especially if you're adding and removing entities all the time. Your array is going to get really fragmented. And so maybe what you can do is you just compact it each frame, or every so many frames or something like that. That's another way you can handle it. But whenever you do that, you do need to update all of the indices to it if that's how you store it and stuff like that. So yeah, let me see here. I was working on, what was I working on? Editing. Yes. I was going to try and check if I need to know if this entity, wow, it actually, I think, yeah, wow, that the AI actually understood the assignment there. That was perfect. I think. Pool, if it contains the entity ID, that is entity to index map, that is my entity. We're going to get the index, data array, index equals move temp, new data. Should I do a move temp there? Pool, data array, yeah, and we just return with that index. Let's see what happens. And so really the God, that's so many actions to rebuild. And so the command buffer, the add entity data is really just add or remove. This says add or update. Okay, I already put the the comment there, I guess. And what you can also do, Ned, is you can store the indices that are empty, and you can reuse the IDs. And depending on how you have your system set up, you know, maybe your systems don't care about old IDs or anything, so you can just keep track of the reusable ones. It looks like I'm doing a remove at swap. And we're not shrinking the arrays at all. And that happens for each processor. If it needs to happen. Like, I guess I'm deleting my state tree data when they die, so the state tree doesn't run anymore. I'm also deleting the move to data when they're done moving. And I also found out, I guess a lot of systems just add like empty structs as like a tag for like, is it alive? Does it have a certain status effect and stuff like that? Which is an interesting thought, because that's kind of like what a gameplay tag is for in Unreal Engine. I think I want to stick with the gameplay tags though, because I do have a lot of systems that rely on that. So that all kind of goes through the ability system component that I have for each entity. But that's a pretty big source of pointers. Like the ability system component is it's an actor component. So that might be something that I eventually refactor, especially when I go for combat again. And we built, so that's nice. Let's see if we can actually run without crashing though. Get rid of that. Are we going? What's happening here? There we are. Okay. So I'm not actually editing anything, so I guess I'm just going to make sure it doesn't crash before I continue working. But I suppose what I'll need to do is I need to go through now. Probably the ISM processor is the first one I want to do. We're going to need to start creating these command buffers and posting to it, which will be a part of the entity subsystem here. Okay. What do we got set here? 2K? Okay, we'll go 2K. Does it crash? Nice. Oh, they're actually moving? Question mark? Wait, how is that working? Oh my god, it's so funny. The attachment processor is like doing things, but it's not actually updating the locations of the... okay. Yeah, so it's all in the background thread right now. So 2K, we're getting at least 60 FPS here. Just do a quick trace. Okay, let's take a little peek here. Mostly frame sync time. What is it trying to sync on? So velocity processor, 12 milliseconds. How does that compare? Just from a spot check? Just from a spot check standpoint. So velocity processor about half the time already. About half the time. I don't know what the... We can check the average or median real quick too. Which will be like that. I'm gonna go process entities. Average median, median is 13.5 for velocity processor. And that's, again, that's doing a lot. Like the velocity processor is doing a lot. That handles gravity and applying velocity, and it does like 3 different line traces to handle collisions and stuff. So that's actually, like, that's not at all what you would call memory efficient, cache locality memory efficient. And yeah, what are we waiting on the game thread? Like a lot of the game thread is sync time. But I'm looking at the, usually that's render thread stuff, but like the render thread, it has a lot of wait for tasks as well. It's so hard to debug the render thread stuff, and I know it's definitely not like waiting for, I hope not at least. I hope it's not waiting for these async tasks to finish. Attachment processor, 7.5 ms. Let's see here. Move to processor. Wait, what the fuck? Oh yeah, I've selected a very small section here. I'm gonna like select the whole thing to get the stats here. There we go. So move to processor a little higher now, actually. Sorry, too much text for Twitch chat. Let me see what you said. And it's a free list, but the block allocator is a little bit cooler. Basically, I keep running launch blocks from malloc or whatever. The blocks are linked together. Well, okay, just take a block from the start of the list. I lose the link here since the blocks actually is. Imagine. Your free memory likelihood is that it was just being used, and that will be the next allocated. That sounds like a lot for what you're getting for it. Like, what does that give you that a remove at swap wouldn't? That sounds like something that's a little more complicated than it needs to be honest with you. Yo, it's this guy. What's up? Refactoring, performance profiling. You know how it'd be. A lot of 20 plus milliseconds of slate UI tick time as well. So it's looking pretty good so far. It's looking pretty good. Okay, so let's... How the fuck was this working? I don't understand how this was actually fucking working. So the ISM processor actually does work. And I guess it's because I sync back with this thread. So actually I don't need... I can copy there, but it's already a copy, so it doesn't fucking matter. So this one actually already works. The attachment processor doesn't. 20 milliseconds of slate per frame. Yeah, that's what I was seeing, basically. Some of that's my own UI, but most of it's the editor UI. It's just kind of the side effect of profiling in a play and editor session. I think the idea was I wanted to be able to add, remove objects very rapidly. Yeah, how much add and remove are you expecting per frame? Because I guess for me, like an add or remove, I'm never gonna write my code in such a way that I need an add or remove to happen frame perfect, you know? But I think what I have now, it would just be frame plus 1. Like it would just wait till the next frame before everything is up to date, I suppose. Which is totally, like, I don't need anything, like I said, I don't need anything to be frame perfect. Like thousands? Yeah, what's your game such that you need that to, like, what is the gameplay mechanism that requires that? Because like in my mind, if I need to remove a piece of entity data, like I don't need the memory to be contiguous that frame, right? I can just mark it as removed and not considered, right? There's a load of guards that you place and they sort of walk around. Then zombies attack them. But like, why does that need to be frame perfect, right? Like if you spawn a zombie, why does it matter if it spawns on the exact, you know, 10 to 16 millisecond frame versus the next 10 to 16 millisecond frame? Same with removing a piece of entity data or an entity altogether. Like I said, like if I'm going to remove one of those, like I don't need the memory to be perfect that frame. It can wait for the next one because like I'm just going to hide it from the game, you know, regardless. And that way I don't have to do anything that's like super duper performant and complicated for adding and removing. Because I like the thing I want to focus on is the actual running of the logic. I don't care about adding or removing really. Okay, so let's figure out this command buffer. Let's actually use it here. So this actually might, I mean, the way I'm doing this might actually work as well, because I'm eventually just using it to update the instance data in the processor. But then I guess these transforms never get updated with the attach info never gets updated. So I think in here, okay, let's do this. So entity, do I have an entity subsystem available here? I should. Entity subsystem. So I guess I need the post command buffer. F command buffer. Or it's F entity command buffer. Buffer. I should call it add or update, but we'll just, what is the double that symbol? Hang on. Oh, it's a logical, well, no, but I mean like, what is double T or like type or whatever? It's an R value reference. Okay, now this is where my C++ knowledge gets a little fuzzy. It's move semantics. Okay, so we're actually moving the memory by doing that. Okay, I think that's fine. Oh, okay, so here's where we have an R value, L value issue. I'm already moving it though. Like, do we need that there? I don't think we need that one there. This one, we do a forward. Oh god, the move semantics are gonna kill me here. Okay, let's see. Let's just see that that compiles, right? Or well, we'll see. Does that compile? When we post the command buffer, I mean, I don't care about this. This data is not going to be like large, right? Like I don't care about the memory that much. Okay, yeah, it doesn't like that. Where is that coming from? Stop it. Stop. Stop, 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 stop. Is it where's this happening? Yeah, okay, so it was here. For the attached data, that is a copy. So I'm gonna move that. Yeah, I don't know that I want that. I think we can just do it by, well, we might even want to copy it into there because like this copy is going to go away. Yeah, I think we probably just want to copy that in there, actually. Because this is going to be a latent thing. Now, post command buffer would be fine. But I guess that's maybe why it was using the move semantics, because it moved the memory from this is happening on a different thread. So move the memory from this scope and put it on the function, the funky wonk. So what was it saying here? You reference the function templates. No matching overloaded function. Why are the instance struct? You know, if instance structs could just like stop complaining, that would be great. That would be great. So I guess I get what it's complaining about, or like what caused the issue, but why is an instanced struct? Like where does the instance struct come in? Let's see, I use those, I guess in the inevitable add that happens is where that would be. Ah, yeah, there it is. So that has the moved data as well. Which we do a forward. Entity data ID, that's fine. And so, ELI5 forward. We'll cast the reference to an R value reference. But isn't it already? Isn't this already? Isn't that what I just read, that the double ampersand is an R value? It declares, yeah, so I don't think I need the forward there. Is that the issue? And then I'll change the other one back to that, which is this guy. Is that fine? See if that compiles. Okay, let me catch up on chat here. While that, you know, hurries up and fucking fails. Okay. No, okay, it didn't. It did not. The instance struct still doesn't like that. Okay, stop. Stop. Okay, yeah, here, still same thing. I guess, yeah, let's store it in like a temp. A temp something or other. Let's do, I mean, if I store it as a temp thing here, then it's gonna like, kind of defeat the point of doing the R value. I mean, I guess the problem is that the instance struct is kind of fucking failing me here. So maybe I just have to. Let's just do T data equals data. Does it need to be move temp there? I don't know. We'll see. It's still an R value because of move temp. I guess I'll just see if it compiles. I think this kind of defeats the point though. I just need to learn. I need to understand. Should be failing any moment now. Yes, there it is. There it is. Okay, but now that seemed actually, hang on, that was slightly different, I think. Dereference, blah, blah, blah. Get is not a member. God, I wish it gave me a better error here. Buffer, add entity data, attach data. Let me look up. Usages of initialize as. Wait, can I get one that actually has data passed into it, please? There we go. I guess that's an L value. Initialize as. These are test files. Can I get an actual file, please? What the frick? Why are there no actual usages of this fucking function? Maybe dependent code is where I should have looked. In args. Okay, so that's an R value. Oh, let me see here. So they did do the forward, but they're doing like that. What do they call that? It's like the spread operator, or what is it? Is it fold in C++? I think it's fold. Okay, so they did do the forward there. They did do the forward there. So I'm going to use that as my example. Close other tabs here. So that's our example. Node is that is an instance struct. Yes, it is. Okay, so same as data, which is an instance struct. Forward TR, and R. It's doing a. I don't know what the, because I know that means like multiple arguments, but like, what would this actually be doing? I don't know that I'm using. Am I using the same one? I guess I am. Oh yeah, this is some deep. What is that syntax, man? That is that is a lot. What is this? Yeah, that's what I'm asking too. What is this? Okay, so let me see here. Buffer, add entity data. I changed that from, that was an R value. So I changed that from an R value. Now, should I move temp there? Or should that be forward? I don't know. Let's compile again and we'll see. R value references basically fall through until they get assigned an L value reference, so yeah, you don't need to do anything to it. Okay, I kind of lost the context for whatever that was responding to. Oh, this didn't even resolve here. Was this one? Did I originally have this as an R value? No, I don't think I did. I don't think I did. I think that's fine. Then the issue is still that instance struct. So that's forwarded with an R value. So why doesn't my instance struct like that? I had my example struct, which seems to do roughly the same thing. They're still doing that spread or whatever the hell that operator is called. The fuck is that? They're just in a ref there. I think a move is dangerous there. Forward if you already have the R value. Move if you're saying safe to move. It's hard to it's hard to troubleshoot and also relate Twitch chat back to whatever the hell I was looking at. I think you were saying maybe this. I mean, I don't know that that would prevent it from compiling, though. It can be made reference to const at this point. Oh, that's why. Yeah, so we don't want to copy that, which is what it would do. I mean, that's not the thing preventing it from compiling, though. So I'm going to leave that as it is. What is the answer here? Where the hell was I? It was it representation processor I was doing? No, it was attachment processor where I'm doing it at. So yeah, it starts there. Now wait, do I need to actually... Oh, let me actually explicitly pass the type. Maybe that's the fucking issue. Oh, I'm gonna be so mad if that's it. Okay. Cannot bind to L value of type. So do I need to do blah blah? Or blah? There we go. Is that good? No. Still no. And what was it was kind of, it's like it's doing one of those like type inference things, right? I'm wondering if is it the same error? T equals attached data ref. And I guess it's because I would, okay, so maybe I have to do that. Maybe I have to move temp here. I think maybe that's the issue. Is that the issue? Or I have to like forward there. That looked better, didn't it? Cannot convert argument 2 from T to T and. Oh, I need to do that? Or did this have a forward? This had a forward on it. Okay, I think oh god, it's rebuilding everything now. Dude, that's so annoying. Why is the command, like, I don't know why, editing the command buffer class rebuilds everything. I need to break that apart somehow. Okay, it's looking good now though, actually. Okay, so I think I just missed that forward and then I needed to move temp there. Okay, I think it's starting to make sense. Yeah, because attached data was a copy, right? If it wasn't a copy, I think if this was a ref, it would have been fine. F Unreal, F Epic. Very, very constructive. Do you wanna talk about that? Or do you just wanna old man yells at clouds at it about it? Okay, so yeah, this is gone good now. Okay, yeah, I think I get it now. I believe that's Dante. That seems like the brain dead Reddit take. Is that? Am I correct in assuming that that's where that came from? Easy to make game in Unreal Engine, therefore developer make a game in Unreal Engine, but don't optimize, therefore Unreal Engine bad. Fuck Epic. I should do some UE? Yeah, if you want to. It's got a very nice rendering pipeline. But that's all stuff that I'm not super good at. What keyboard do you use? A Corsair K95. But the sounds are a virtual keyboard, so. Okay, let's see if this crashes or not. Okay, what are we at? 2K entities? Let's see if that still works. Any crashies? Yeah, well, no, that's an assertion. Okay, there's the crashy. Okay. Now, why are we crashing here? It should be a fucking copy at this point. Okay, I guess attached components. I mean, the attach info should be a copy there. Yeah, why would that have crashed? Like, this is the same thing that happened before, and like, oh, I guess it's the ISM. Because that's a pointer. I mean, do I really care if it's a valid instance at this point? Like... How about building a game engine, but using a pipeline to deploy it to a single container, and once it's not in use, it's destroyed? I think you're just putting words in there that sound techie and trying to make some sort of conjecture that doesn't really make sense. I'm sorry, buddy. It sounded nice. It sounded nice. Like, yes, containers and pipelines. Yes. I've heard those words before. This Pirate Software's alt account, yeah. I have a brown badge from PoopCon. 3 of them. Your streams attract game dev experts, especially on YouTube. Yeah, the YouTube Shorts chatters. They're an ornery bunch. You know, F epic. Oh, okay. No follow-up to that at all. No one complains about Expedition 33. Unreal Engine game. It's a great game. Optimized fantastically. What am I doing about this? Do I give a shit if the attach info isn't valid? I mean, I suppose I do. But if I have to use the fucking pointer for that... I mean, I should really just check, where else am I using that, like, ID, you know? I should just... Where do I initialize... What do I initialize the ID to? I don't think I initialize it to anything. So what is it to, like, by default? Index none. So let's just check is valid on it. And then that way we'll just make sure it's set. Same here. Let's try that. GDPR switched to UE5 with UE4. It's kind of huge in my book. Yeah, that's great news for both companies. I think that is nothing but good for both companies. Hello, what am I looking at exactly? You're looking at some Unreal Engine C++ code. And momentarily you'll be looking at the editor. Okay. 2K? 2K. Do you have a recommended tool? Wait, what are you talking about? Orange juice. Bruh. I can't even see the memory here. What is happening? What the fuck is in this map? What is in this fucking map? Nothing? How did it even get in here? It's empty. What happened? UE game good equals dev good. UE game bad equals epic Unreal Engine bad. Yeah, that is the Reddit smooth brain. It's the way of life over there on Reddit. These haters also hate Witcher 4 already, huh? It's not even out the gate yet. Using TAA canceled. I mean, I do kind of get those complaints because, like, the anti-aliasing options we have are not, like, every one of them has some sort of problem from what I understand, but I don't understand much, so I get that more, but it's like all about what you do with the TAA, right? You gotta hide it and shit. Why did I get here though? Why is the stack trace here? If there was nothing in the map. And I was gonna look for how that got updated. Attach components, add. Are we adding on another thread right now? Is that what's happening? To people who hate TAA just think it's a blurring algorithm. I mean, when that's what they see on screen, they see like the ghosting and shit. I can understand why they would think that. Because the ghosting in some games is pretty bad. So this is operating on instance data here. Is that a problem? This is a ref. No, those are all copies. There's probably some other processor I need to update, I think, maybe. Always wanted to watch coding streams. Well, welcome in. Witcher 4, you play as a woman. Oh, yes. Yes, the internet cannot handle badass women. It is known. I, for one, love a badass chick, you know. I think it's awesome. Siri also looking kind of thick in those demos, too. Shit. Let me check my other threads here, just to make sure. We're line tracing on that one. Ticking there. Yeah, what the fuck happened here? This is such a weird exception. YouTube hates it. Now it's designated as woke. Oh my god, dude. Fucking... Dude, the people... You guys remember when woke used to mean, like, it was like a thing that was... the conspiracy theorist would say. And it used to be a compliment. You remember that? Like, it used to be a positive thing that conspiracy theorists would say about themselves. They'd be like, I'm woke because I understand all these conspiracy theories. And now like right-wing politics has like co-opted that into meaning anytime you're like compassionate or something. Like, it's kind of crazy. And now it's like the right-wing politics are the biggest snowflakes now, and they're just complaining about everything. Or like before, it used to be liberals complaining about everything. So it's so fucking like, who gives a shit, man? Who gives that much of a shit about a female protagonist? Like, that's so That's so baffling to me. Like, how do you have time to be that upset about something? How do you have the energy, dude? These people need hobbies. They need to get a fucking job. Anyone who's getting that upset about something like that needs to get a fucking job. Rant over. Childish Gambino, stay woke. Originally a positive. Yeah, I think that's probably the same context I'm talking about. Now, this is operating on refs. Is it? Oh, these are pointers. So yeah, it would be. This is a copy. This is a copy. Which maybe that's actually an issue. Hello. Who is that?
It's John Cena.
It's John Cena.
Why are you running?
Why are you running?
Why are you running?
Mango tier.
Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for the raid, Shawnee. How goes the HDG? How goes the hierarchical dungeon generation middle manager?
What the dog doing?
Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for the raid. You're joining us on a resnacker, as I like to call them. We are resnacking my ECS system for processing improvements. It generates dungeon now. Oh, that's the big step. That is a big step. Everyone, if you're interested in another Unreal Engine streamer, please give Shawnee B a follow. He's a great guy, very entertaining to watch. And he's working on a Dark Souls but turn-based / super hot. It's a very interesting concept. A very interesting concept it is. And I guess you're working on dungeon generation right now, with a big inspiration from what was it? Was it Bloodborne that did the dungeon generation that you were looking at? But we're trying to figure out some crashing issues. Why this was just like completely fucking empty, honestly. Like if I copied that, would that be fine? I don't know. I don't think so, because this array was like, oh, now I have the memory from this. Now this, do I need this to be a member at the, well, no, it's all like contained in a thread, right? That should be Dante, you're back. You're actually here. Do you care to defend your oh, you said something before. You said Mafia UE5 kind of bad. Defend your F Unreal F epic take. I want to hear it. Wow, sound good game. You're a man of few words. You are a man of few words. Yeah, Bloodborne, but also roguelites in general. Mystery Dungeon series, I guess. Mystery Dungeon. Oh, is that the Pokemon one? I played that. I did. I played one of these. I did not realize that had dungeon. Oh, they made new ones of it. I only played the first one. Oh, damn. I think I did this one. On the GBA. Bro, that GBA, that made so many long car rides, okay? You know what I mean? Back before you had a built-in screen light, and you had to play it like up against the window, or like, so you didn't get like like the glare of the window affected the screen to where you couldn't see it. Kids these days, they don't know how good they have it. Oh, this is an interesting art for it. Yeah, I didn't know they made more of those. The long-running series that has a lot of IP crossovers. Oh, okay. It's a little roguelike because some Japanese people were addicted to actual Rogue and made their own. That's awesome. We're distracting the man from the refactor. The speed, we never reach refactor V 64.5. Yeah. Refactor 69 is going to be pretty fucking lit, though, let me say. So yeah, I don't know. A copy is probably not going to do much there, but we can try. Let's just try again and see what fucking happens. Unimodular, welcome in, my dude. The cool kids had the external light you plugged in. Dude, I got that for Christmas one year. And that thing fucking sucked, let me tell you. It didn't even make it that much better. Do you guys remember the magnifying glass one that it folded down over the fucking screen? Yeah, my parents got me like this giga fucking Game Boy pack or whatever that you could put a fucking controller handles on it and shit. You could turn it into the fucking controller for a nuclear submarine, basically. Okay, so we're still, this is the issue now. Yeah, how are we fucking getting here if there's nothing in this attached components map? Is that the issue? Let's try that. Attached data is already a copy. I don't know why the rest of this gives a shit about anything after that. So I'm working on the multi-threaded part of the ECS system now, which it was multi-threaded before, but I was just using UObject pointers, which of course does not take advantage of the ECS architecture, the main cache locality principle of the ECS architecture. Okay, okay? Now what's happening? Okay, now I'm just moving the exception earlier. I'm just gonna let's throw a breakpoint right there. I want to see what attached data is at that point. Attached components is a map. Dante, I'm anxiously awaiting your defense. What say you against the allegations? What's covered or will be covered by ECS in your game, various NPCs and wildlife? Yeah, I think so. Anything that's not... He's Googling furiously at the moment, yeah. He's trying. Basically, anything that's not the player that moves, I think, is going to be ECS. So, projectiles, I think, will be as well. But yeah, NPCs and wildlife for sure. Maybe some buildings that automatically attack. I might have some mage tower type defense structures that might be entities. Yeah, basically everything that's not the player. Okay, so I have attached data here. It does say attached components. There is one in there. So why is this having such an issue copying this data? So when I hit continue, we're gonna crash. No, we're not yet. Okay, so it actually gets through multiple. Yeah, we're actually getting through multiple entities. Okay, now. One of these entities is all fucky. Why would that be? Why would that be? Okay, let's just... Okay, hands off. Okay, this is an assertion. And then we get it. What entity is this for? Entity 1. Entity 1. Okay, so I think that is this because we're getting it on the background thread? We're getting all the data on the background thread? This should return a copy though. But it's we're still grabbing that copy on a background thread. which this might be. We've async tasked, so this is on a background thread. So there's like anything could happen in between here and fucking here where we actually grab the data. So I'm wondering, we might be editing this pool of data. We're probably spawning something right now, if I had to guess, is the issue. So we're grabbing the data while we're spawning something, which could be editing the data. Okay, so I really need a way, I guess my next thought is I need a way to grab all the data for this on the game thread and then hand it off to this background thread, which I guess that's why I fucking made the for each async earlier that I got rid of. Because I was grabbing the data first here. Which, how can I pass that to a thread? How can I capture that? Is that possible? This spread syntax, like I don't know how. Let me just like throw a little lambda here. Auto lammy boy equals. I don't think that's what I want. Let me see, what is this? If I do auto thing equals this, do I have to wrap it in parens? How does this work? How do you work? Tell me about this. I need to learn more. Okay, give me the AI slop version first. It literally doesn't even say anything about that. What is it? First of all, what it's called? Is it overload? No, there's no way. No. What is that actual? What is the ... operator called? What is that fucking called? Hello? Okay, I need that might mean something specific in Google search query. Google search query world. Do I need to like fucking escape that or something? Ellipses operator? Okay. Yeah, I don't think Google search is realizing what I want here. Okay, geeks for geeks, give it to me. I do understand that it's how to accept an indeterminate amount of arguments, but how do I like work with it is I guess what I'm wondering. It's like if I wanted to store that and capture it across a thread or something, across a scope, how would I do that? Like I don't think can I just put that yeah, the auto temp equals oh wait a second, what is auto saying here? Auto not allowed in lambda capture. Okay, but what is this actually? Is it entity data types ... Do I need to do that? Entity data types. Yeah, like I don't know how to capture this across a scope, which is I think what I would want to do. Try YouTube once. Okay. Anyways. C++ ellipses operator lambda capture. This is so obscure, I feel like. Lambdas with ellipses in the parameter list. Okay, I guess it's not that obscure. Oh, that's the parameter list though, not the capture. Periodic templates. The pack parameter. Okay, that's what you were saying, Strophium. Okay, let me search for C++ pack parameter lambda capture list. How to capture variadic parameter pack from the upper scope. .args equals. Okay, so you have to do it like backwards. Okay, I see now. It's that, and then do you do the dots afterwards too? Wait, where was it? Oh, and you need to do forward. Okay. Fuck. Okay, hang on. How do I reference that then? That looks disgusting. That looks absolutely fucking disgusting. Okay. Yeah, put the func and entity ID. And then can I just do that? Okay, so I don't know. Ryder's probably freaking the fuck out right now. I highly doubt that compiles. I don't think I did that right. They're doing a forward. I need to do forward entity data types. Maybe I don't need the trailing dots there. God, that's the most disgusting line of code I think I've ever written. Well, he's doing it here, actually. Oh, perfect capture in CPP 20. I actually have no idea. I have no idea if this is CPP 20 or not. I think it's at least 17. Yeah, that looks a lot easier than the other one. But I mean, that's just forwarding this thing though. Can that actually, I think maybe I need to do that. God damn, I have no idea what this is. It did not like that. It did not like that. Let me try that though. Let me try this new one here. Now, can I like put this outside? Can I put this into a variable or something? Can you actually tell me the type though? Like if I did thing, could I do that? Because technically I could. in terms of writer doesn't complain about it. UE5 compiles as CPP 20, so it should be okay. Okay. That's good to know. Is this what I actually, so thing is actually like entity datas. Right, that's what I'm like. I want to grab all the entity data outside of the thread, and then this is like something that runs on a different thread. There are no parameter packs available to expand. Is it because I did it there, or do I need ... there? Okay, didn't like that one. So it's like when this is a pack of variables and I use it like this. Wait, what is this? Has entity, like I don't even really understand what this is doing. I mean, I understand I understand the outcome of it, but like I don't understand the syntax really, I guess. I understand this is checking if each entity, if we have entity data for each data type. Get entity data. Like, is this a pack? Is this still packed? And then would I need to like do that? I wish it would tell me here, right? I wish it would. I wish Ryder would understand what whatever type this is. Okay. There are no parameter packs available to expand. Parameter pack must be expanded in this context. Okay, I guess if I actually read the... I guess if I actually read the error messages, it would help me figure out what's going on here. Entity data. So if I do it there, that's what I had though, and I didn't like that. Parameter pack must be expanded in this context. Should I even have the forward? Do I wrap in parentheses? Or do I do ... beforehand? Is it beforehand? No, it's not. That doesn't seem right. Okay, so forward definitely seems to be the juice here. Now, if I just did that, what does that make this now? Is it still packed? Maybe it's still packed. What happens here? I'm a Java developer inclusive about modern CPP. Interesting to solve these practical problems. I don't know if solving's doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. Wait till you get into using concepts with parameter packs, not confusing at all. Can't wait. Can't wait. It says it must be expanded here. So do I do that? Is that the syntax? Bro, I'm not... I think AI would actually be really helpful for this. I might start vibe coding here. Alright. Give me a new fucking thing. Yes. I don't even want to know what that acronym stands for. Vibe drong time. Yeah, we're vibe dronging now. So let me put this back to where... Yeah. Source control bit. This is peak source control. You may not like it. Okay, I think that was it. Okay. What I want from you. Okay, so what model are we thinking? I'm partial to 2.5 Pro, Gemini 2.5. I've heard mixed reviews of GPT-5. Claude Sonnet 4. We'll go Claude 4. Let's go Claude 4. My entity subsystem. Okay. Write me a for each async function on the entity subsystem, similar to the regular for each functions, except it should get all entity data first and then pass it to an async task and pass it and then what, like pass to capture it into an async task. That runs on the background thread. Is that all I want to say? I'll say it should. I'll add in the other parameters myself. Let's not give it too much at one time. All right, Claude. Show them how it's done. Generating response. No URI found in code block. Okay, so it just gave up. Okay. All right, Gemini, let's try again. Try again. Gemini 2.5 Pro. Let's, come on, baby. We vibed a little too hard there and it gave up. I could also just... I should probably just copy and paste it into a, actual chat interface. Okay. I don't know why Claude just failed to do anything. Where is my function? Okay, let's take a peek at this. Oh, well they did that a lot more simpler than I was fucking thinking. Yeah, just add it to a fucking array. Yeah, but then you have to like pack, then you have to unpack it at some point, right? Oh, what is this apply function? What are you? Unpack the tuple of data and call the user's function. I see. Make tuple. What is the point of the tuple here? Just to hold the pack? Is that the purpose here? See, this would have been beyond me. The struct holds copies of the entity data to be processed asynchronously. Entity ID to data. Yeah, that makes sense, I think. The capture, and then we do the entity ID. And so this is interesting that you chose to do async like that. Let's go with what I'm familiar with, where we're actually running it on the background thread here. Okay, let's just accept this for now. Goodbye. We'll start looking through this a little bit more. Func, is move temp really necessary there? I don't know that that's necessary there. I guess we can see if this just fucking works, can't we? But now we're gonna hit the same issue of like I don't have the nice CPU profiler scope. So I'll need a scope name. And then I want a callback function, right? On complete. Scope name, give me, so all of that, I want that on, I want the background, the meat and potatoes of it. So what was it? CPU, no, race, CPU, profiler, event, scope string, yeah, that's, and then scope name, which needs to be captured. And then the callback, we can capture that too, on complete. Capture data. And then I need to know when this is done. So it's always going to spawn a background thread task. I think that's fine, even if there is no entities to do. Okay. I think this works, so we're gonna go over it. So this is each entity. I'm gonna call this entity capture. I feel like this is fine now. So the entity attachment processor, we now are going to change that. Comment that out. The oldie source control for each async. Give it the scope name of entity attachment processor process entities. Okay, func. And I guess the callback can be optional, so let's just set that to null pointer. But we do need it here. We do need it here. Because I need this little game thread bit. Not there. It's not where I need that. There we go. Okay, so this what's gonna be difficult now is I have to change it. Not difficult, but I guess I have to put this. This needs to be on the class now. And then I guess I'll want to probably reset this. We'll keep all the memory reserved though. So we'll need to reset that first. Yeah, don't need to capture that anymore. I think this will be fine. I think this need to capture and then run that back on the game thread. Okay, do you compile? Yeah, y'all doing game dev in Java are interesting people. Interesting people. Ah, shits and giggles, welcome in. More than happy to have some shits and giggles in the chat. Okay, so this is now an issue. Can you show me where my code is the issue, please? STD apply. For each async, it's the Minecraft generation. And so Minecraft and RuneScape are now the only two games that I've heard of that are in Java. Interesting here meaning stubborn. Yeah, kinda, I guess. I was originally a Java developer. Yeah, I write in Java for work too, but I would never want to do that for game dev. C# is a better language given to the dark side. Yeah, and then you have Unity, an actual game engine to use at that point as well. Always better with shits and giggles in your life. Yeah, hopefully more giggles, less shits. I could stand to take less shits in my life and do some more giggling. Okay, so now I need to learn what the apply thing is doing here. And, you know, did AI even help me here? So let's just ask. Okay, no, never mind. Go back to the edit. All right. Should I just should I vibe debug this? Should I vibe? Well, let me read a little bit closer. Identity subsystem for each async. Blah, blah, blah. Let's first actually understand what this is doing. Invoke the callable object. Bro, reading the references and like reading the function signature on the reference doc, on the references docs, are like, may as well be a foreign language sometimes. Tuple need not be std tuple. Is there a... Let me look at search in the engine here. Do I need to do the R value there? No, they do a ref there. A lot of them are using the R values. Did I try that? I do want these to be copies though. Are they? I think so. Yeah, they seem to be copies. So if they're copies, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Is that better? Is that better for you, compiler? Do you like that? Maybe let's cook up a vibe debug prompt here. Honestly, it seems fine so far. Nope. Okay, there we go. All right. There is some sort of error on the std apply line. Complaining about tuples or something. That's like the shittiest prompt ever. Cannot convert from void to T future result type. Oh, yeah, I don't care about that. I don't need a return. I also didn't know... Oh, shit. I was editing it while it was doing it. What did you adjust? You didn't do anything. Oh, yeah, you did. Okay. Well, you just changed it back to what you had. Okay, hang on. Let me change it. What you should. Okay. Still same issue. Type void, that's fine. Yeah, I don't want to return either. Although it's let it cook. Oh Jesus Christ. The issue is that STD apply can be subtle. The problem is that entity capture is a const reference, which makes it a data member const as well. So it updated it to do just const ref rather than or non-const ref data, and then it copied the data. Make a mutable copy of the data to pass to apply. Is needed because entity capture is const. Is it? Does it need to be? Can we just change that part? I mean, we can just copy it in the loop, my dude. We don't need to do all that. Did it really just need to be not const? I mean, I changed it to an R value and it's still the same issue. Yeah, same. Well, this is slightly different now. So now we get to play the game of, is this progress? Is this a step forward or a step backwards? Okay, what? So I have the docs for apply here, and I still don't fucking understand what it actually does. What if I just did that? Not ref at all. Jacques, welcome in. Okay, yeah, still an issue. Use of undefined typed tuple for chasing entity data capture. Okay, let's just throw that in there. We are vibe troubleshooting right now because I don't have this level of knowledge, this depth of knowledge for all this deep C++ stuff. Okay, what was your what's your Okay, we're gonna move temp entity capture dot data now. What is data here? That is the that's the T array or whatever, right? We're just gonna auto ref that. Okay, I guess recompile now. If it still errors. I wonder if it being an Unreal Engine tuple is giving it issues or not. I need Dr. Elliott in here. He'd be so upset with me for using AI to figure this out, I think. Okay, so I think this is just back to the original issue. I think that's just back to the original issue. Okay. Do we have to use this apply function here? Let's just try to. Let me just try entity capture. I guess so. We're just calling this apply is just calling this lambda with these arguments, where data is the I guess this is that tuple pack, which is args. Is there an Unreal Engine apply? I don't think so. I'm just gonna assume no. All right, let me kick off another vibe debug there while I look deeper at this. So we're taking entity captured data, which is move temp on the captured data. Why do we need to move temp here? Just to prevent a copy, I suppose, right? But why can't we just pass by ref here? Why do I need to move temp? I feel like it's just guessing. I think it's just down to fucking guessing as well. Hi, what are you doing? I'm vibe debugging right now. We're trying to work on refactors for my ECS system. I've gotten to a point where my C++ knowledge has broken down with these variadic template parameters, like the pack and unpack. Okay, this seems more promising, actually. This seems like a better error. Like these ... operators are apply is not a member of. Should we just do T like the? I assume this. Should we just do that? Does that make it better? Use some non-Unreal Engine types. Entity capture data apply. Oh yeah, which isn't even a function now. Yeah, okay. So hang on. Let me look at T-tuple. Apply. Okay, it's not. Is there even an apply function? Is there even an apply function? I don't think so. I don't think there is. I did see the apply after here, which seems more proper. There's apply before. What is the difference? What is the? Let me find usages there. Input types ... inputs. Okay, so let's try apply after. And then that took in an additional... Right, that takes in like the func and then the args. But isn't it... When I looked at the references here, I just did this. I have input tuple. And then what is this here in this context? There's no equivalent of std apply in UE. So what am I looking at then? Func type, arg types, args. But I'm calling it on the tuple of args already. Do I need to redo that? So, I mean, what I'm actually trying to get here is that, like, I'm trying to capture a variadic template pack, or a variadic pack I don't know how to say it. I'm trying to capture that in a Lambda function so that I can use that on a different thread. There's no parameter to expand. Okay. Invoke, no matching function found. Like, this seems okay so far, where we're just using for each captured data, which is for each entity, the data. Can I just spread that into the function? Like, do I need to be doing all this, apply and whatnot? It just says no matching function here. So let me just try to, like, back up a little bit. Maybe just keep it simple, stupid. Try using tset. Wait, for what? Okay, so yeah, it didn't, what is it saying? There were no parameters. There are no parameter packs available to expand. Do I not need to use move temp then? Data should be a pack. Well, it's a tuple. What if I just did non-tuple? No, I can't. What can I do with a tuple, huh? What can I do with this? Nothing, I guess. What if I had a t-tuple? I have like zero, I have zero functions to be able to use here. So I think I need to use the, like, one of these apply before or apply afters. Okay, so I just thought a tuple, so like a tuple in other languages is just like, okay, I mean, I guess I get how you can have a variadic tuple. I guess I get that. Invoke func, tuple types, tuples. Do. Is that the latest? Okay, that is the latest error here. So I guess I just have to go back to, like, how these tuples are fucking used. value ranges, which is a tuple of variadic args, and then they apply after. There's a getter function. There's a t function that takes in some variable things. Ba ba ba. So does apply after just work? If I just did entity capture dot data dot apply after func entity, is that it? Because that kind of seems how the other one's used. Unable to build another is running. Yeah, stop that. Come on, money. Come on. By the power of Tim Sweeney. I will come. It's looking good so far, actually. Did I figure it out? Oh, shit, boy. Oh, shit. I think I just figured it out without AI. Can you imagine? Why is there a solicitor at my door? Go away. So this is compiling. This is working. I guess I actually just need to use it now. And I guess I am using it there. So we'll see if it works. You did such a good job scaring off the solicit. Yeah. Sick. Okay. Okay, now, what are the odds that this crashes immediately or not, you know? Probably, hey, we're spawning things. Okay, it does crash. Same fucking line, dude, same fucking line. What is happening with this, then? What is happening with this? This is a fucking copy. We literally got the copy from that should be a copy in there. Do. Let me see. Okay, so get entity data gets a pointer. So maybe, wait, did I not? I don't know if I don't think I made a copy. I don't think I made a copy. I made a tuple from a dereferenced pointer. Okay, so I think the data in there is the reference. So, I mean, we should probably just let it copy here. would, I think, be the simplest thing. Honestly, same with func as well, because why not? It's just a function. I don't know, does copying a function, a T function, does that copy all of the underlying captures of the function, or does it just copy the T function? Yeah, I don't know. You know what? You know what? All right. Let's ask. 2.5, you've been doing good for me. Let's keep going. Does capture copying a T function copy all of the underlying captures of that T function? Or does it only copy the T function? Everything it copies all the underlying copies, even if the underlying copies are by ref? Is that what you're saying? Hey man, I really like your work. I wanted to get into game dev for years, but ended up doing almost everything else in software development. Hey, me too. Me too. How do you recommend getting started in game dev? The same way you get started in anything software engineering. Whatever you learn best. I think I need to land a job somehow in order to actually learn. You don't. You just need some projects to work on. Captured by value or my var, a copy of the variable stored in lambda. Blah, 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 blah. Captured by reference. And so, I mean, what happens when an underlying lambda has a capture by reference, but an outer lambda does not capture that? Okay, let me when lambda, I'll say lambda foo, or just a, has a capture by reference, but an outer lambda I'll say lambda b captures lambda a by copy. As a foo var captured by reference. Is the foo var still going to be a reference to the original? Most Unity entities are object. So this is not Unity. Okay, so this is saying the foo, because that does seem to have been my experience with it. Like, I have ran into these situations before, and it does seem like even though you're passing out the lambda itself by capturing it by copy, the underlying copy, or the underlying which would be this right here, which doesn't have any references, but it does seem like any underlying captures are still, you know, captured. When the outer lambda b captures lambda a by copy, it creates a copy of a's closure object, since a is captured by foo. So it doesn't copy everything, which is good. Which has been, like I said, that seemed to have been my experience. I just wanted to validate that. And I guess AI is maybe just validating me baselessly, but given that it lines up with my own experience, I think that's okay. I don't really need to know super well. But yeah, it doesn't sound like it copies everything, which is what I want here, or what I would want. I would want any underlying captures to still be references. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick while that builds. Here be. Okay, I beat the compiler. Okay. Yeah, I would really like any changes to the entity system to not rebuild, like, basically the entire project, but here we are. Okay. Let's fucking run it, I guess. Okay, yeah, we know about that. Oh, I'm gonna fucking why is this happening? Why is this not an actual copy? What is happening here? What is happening here? What is you doing? Okay, let's just do that by copy as well. The function. I wonder if this never actually did it, but I want to, does this work on, I should maybe check if that just works on the game thread. Dude, these builds are ridiculous, man. I should really spend some time going through the imports and making sure that I actually need to import everywhere. Yeah, this is gonna turn into a very very uninteresting stream very quickly if I keep having to do this. So I might have to do more of that offline. It's really just an issue with this one processor. I think the rest of them are probably okay. I really just need to update them all to using the command buffer. But I can't seem to actually get to that part of it because of whatever fucking issue is happening with this data not being an actual copy. I wonder if should I just run one? I'll do that. If this fails, I'm just gonna run one entity. Yeah, still fails. Still fails. Okay, rebuild that. I'm just gonna run one entity. I mean, technically it doesn't... If I'm just doing one entity, this should never happen, right? And it looked like I spawned several entities. Not just one. Okay, so let's just do one entity. That was more than one. What the heck? Okay, give me 1 second. BRB. Okay, let's actually only spawn one here. I think I probably put that. Okay, that should have one, right? We're only... Okay, so I have to click out of the input box while still staying on the same details panel. So that's happening from... Okay, oh, I didn't realize this. Okay, the assertion actually... Okay. The assertion actually is changing that. Huh. So wait a second. I'm so used to just skipping any of these assertions that I immediately wrote this off, not realizing this was happening from like the same thing. Okay, so that the attached components array changed. It fucking shouldn't. Oh, you know what it might be? Oh, I see what I'm doing. I think that's it. That was the issue. Because this is taking, like, this copy that is here is going to be the new ref. I think is what's happening, because I'm forwarding that R value through all the functions. And I was doing that for every entity. I had it in the wrong spot. Oh, I just went through so much to figure that out. I think that was it. And so now I'm only going to do it after all of the entities have been processed. Yeah, that's going to be a lot fucking... Now there's no chance of it having a collision like that. That's why. It didn't actually matter if it was a copy or not, because that copy was going to be the new ref. It got edited because every single time I looped over it, it got put into the command buffer. Command buffer is eventually going to... The subsystem's eventually going to pick up the command buffer and execute those commands to update the data. So yeah. Does that make sense? That makes sense? I hope that makes sense. We're just gonna do it with one guy. Look at him. Look at him. Okay, let's see if his ISM works here. Okay. Sir, you left your weapon behind. Thank you. Let's try 2000 real quick just to see what happens. 2000 entities. Okay, just gonna do a few frames of recording that. Let me make sure that it should be being hit, but I just want to make absolutely sure here. Yes, okay, so we are hitting that. Scope name is set. So I need to see, let's pause here. I need to see Attachment processor. I hope. Oh god, please be in there. It's in there. Thank God. Thank God that's in there. Okay, so that scope trace does work. That dynamic scope trace does work. Right? And that's not a... Yeah, so I commented out the old one. Okay. Beautiful. That is a suspiciously bot-looking name you have there, sir. But hello regardless. Okay, so this is working now. Well, sort of. It's not crashing. That's the important part. That's the important part. Now... Is it too late to start programming at 15? Yeah, I mean, I think so. You basically got one foot in the grave and another one on the banana peel, so you're kind of on your way out at 15. Sorry. What are you coding there? I am coding an ECS system. Entity Component System is what that stands for a video game here. So why isn't the... Why isn't the actual location being updated? Flex 2, Electric Boogaloo, yeah. Trying. I did look into Flex and stuff, and I was like, I feel like I should just do my own. It's not gonna be too hard. Are you a clever programmer? What's your level? How the fuck do I answer that, dude? That's a hilarious question. Yeah, I leveled up a few weeks ago, so I'm level 30 now. That's my level. When did you start? I started trying at 16, but I don't think I actually wrote any code that wasn't copy pasted till like 18. Are you a clever programmer? Who would ever say that about themselves? What a fucking hilarious question. Okay, so yeah, what's going on here with the... I already wanted the attachments to be a part of the same system, but I need to keep it the same. So why aren't these actually updating their locations? They're like animating and stuff. If actor representation. So this is the skelly mesh one. So it works when they're actors and skeletal meshes. That works. But I wonder the avatar data transform maybe doesn't look too hot. So let me, am I paused still? Okay, good. Let me see what some of these transforms look like. Oh, you know what? I bet the avatar instance data never gets updated. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that I think makes sense. So that's in, where is that in ISM processor? Yeah, so now we need to do this. And I should change this to the for each async. Entities. Let's get that. Hit me with the callback there, bucko. Throw that bitch in there. Yeah, we need to buffer these not. Wait, how do I do that now? So I guess I am doing it per entity here. I was doing it in a loop. Okay. And now this entity instance data, so we pick that up and apply it, but we're not actually applying it to... Yeah. Okay, avatar data now. This is a very nice function to use here. Okay, so let's run live coding there. Are we actually... I wonder if that's just going to pick it up and run beautifully now. Should probably restart. Oh, look at that. Yeah, everything's a little buggy. Everyone has like 2 weapons. So let's restart. LinkedIn post about AI must be a comedy goldmine. 7 years AI experience, MBA. Yeah, LinkedIn is always just a circle jerk, right? What is this, the Imperial March? You guys are all just standing here. Okay, so this is not what I wanted to see. What's happening here? Entity move to processor. Yeah, I mean, I guess I need to change all of these to run properly now. So I can't do the async task version here anymore. I gotta fix all these. Before each async U entity move to processor process entities. Okay. So I guess let's just go through each one then. So attachment processor should be good. Chunk processor, you're next. Boyo, you're next. Okay, new chunks. We're capturing that, huh? Okay, that's fine. This new chunks. Yeah, so we're passing by ref there. And again, that should probably live on the object. But I think that works. I think this works fine. I think that works fine actually in that scenario. The LOD processor, yeah, you're next. Move to processor. Didn't I just do that? Yeah, we just did that one. Yeah. Moving tag. That's not even a processor anymore. I need to change that name. Entity representation processor is an absolute fucking mess. Yeah, that'll need to be fixed for sure. Later. For each async, put the name in there. Fuck. I hate this bug. Look at this. It's just continuously scrolling and you have to like catch it. Async. Moving tag subsystem, that's fine. That's the base target processor, yeah. JetBrains is beloved and my nemesis. What makes it your nemesis? Oh, this just runs every frame. I forgot that. So that's kind of an issue. But we'll leave that like it is for now. Okay, so all those got updated to the new function sig. And apparently I didn't do it properly. Yeah, I forgot to capture. So many bugs with so many features? What bugs have you encountered? What the fuck is this then? What the fuck is this? Oh yeah, they all have, I need to go through and update. They all have like refs. Yeah, we need to go in and fix all these. So everything's gonna be fucking broken right now, basically. Yeah, gotta go through and get rid of all these. It's a subsystem, target processor. Velocity. Okay, let's try again. Format on save doesn't work for me. The LSP does not restart until you restart the editor, so the IntelliSense just breaks until restart. Incorrect keybinds in the docs. Okay, yeah, the IntelliSense thing is absolutely infuriating. And have you done like a clean install and everything? Have you done this like there's one where you can like clear the fucking, you can like clear the cache and stuff. I forget where the setting is. Invalidate caches, that might be it. Which means like, I think all of that means your like settings and stuff are gonna get deleted. So make sure those are like synced or something. But I wonder what's doing that for you. Because yeah, that's a big one. UE, break, and debug. Why? Why? Yeah, this one is weird. This is a weird one. Bing bong. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I bound format to the same key as save. So it's like save and format is Control S. And yeah, that has always worked for me. So I have not had those. Those do sound like fucking huge ass issues. Okay, so what's the dealio here? Trying to resize to an invalid size because I'm compacting an empty. Is it from the compact or from the reassignment? Both are empty. Let me see what I'm doing here. Yeah, I think this is bad. That should be a member. New chunks, yeah. So we just need to new chunks dot empty. So really the only, I'm locking here, but like I need to lock here actually. I think is the issue as well. I've reinstalled the whole editor, but I'm using Rust Rover, which is pretty new, so they may just need time to fix everything. I see. Doing some Rust, huh? Did Rust Rover come with cat ears? Or is that separate? Is that like a plugin? They got so many things. You need to buy the deluxe for the cat ears. Oh man. Too poor. How did that even fucking become a meme? It's so funny. Like, that's such a silly, obviously, like, not true thing. Everything is invisible, but it's doing a lot right now. It's doing a lot right now, so it's not crashing. Okay, so now I need to go through and actually make sure that I'm applying everything properly. So attachment processor, we already did that one. Let's copy this command buffer over to all these other things. The chunk system, that's like, yeah, we're just operating off copies there. I don't actually update any data there. The ISM data, I guess it's the main one would be the representation processor is probably the big one. That's probably the big one. So I do a bunch of game thread updates here. Now, those... that is doing updates, right? Yeah, those would be doing updates. So wait, why doesn't this work? This seems like something that should actually work. It should actually... I should just run this entire fucking thing on the game thread. Is it the LOD processor might be the issue then? LOD data. Yeah, that never gets updated. Bro, I can probably make this even more reusable, you know? Like, I can probably nail this down to a one-line function. The post command buffer, I could, yeah. I think I could. That's gonna be really slick to use. Okay, so I'm gonna just run live coding there and see if that at least gets us visible. These other things will need to, yeah, they're not gonna be able to move. Move to data, we'll need to update that. Yeah. Let's see if they're actually visible now. No. Okay, so they're all invisible. What else would be... what else would be the issue with them being invisible? It has to either be the LOD processor or the representation processor. And the representation processor It don't do nothing. Okay, time to just debug then. Okay, so I'm seeing no tick from the entity representation processor. See if I actually... There are entities. I can feel them. I can smell them. Oh yeah, there's entities, all right. My entity subsystem tick is taking 12 fucking milliseconds. That's not what I'd like to see. That is not what I would like to see. Chunk processor also taking quite a while as well. Entity representation processor only ticked, well, once in that frame, I suppose. .6 milliseconds. That's pretty fucking fast. It did not, it never ticked though. Is tickable? Ooh. So it never, I guess it never, we're still running, right? No, we're not. Okay, so run it. Did we ever get here? Yeah, we're getting here. LOD actor. They're all set. Oh, wait, they're all set to false. Odd. Okay, so we have updated data here. Is in player in view, should have ISM, should have actor. We do have updated data. Let's see if any of these game thread updates ever get hit. Almost seems like the data update is not working. Avatar data. Also, let me go here. LOD data. Everything's always false. Avatar data. Yeah, everything's always so it seems like the game thread, the man buffer is not doing what it's supposed to be doing here. Data type is null. Data, LOD data. Okay, so yeah, the command playback command buffer function is quite wrong. Oh, none of this. Wait, what? Next node is null. Is this not even working at all? What is happening here? Is this happening? Yeah, I think so. That's a shitty breakpoint, but I think it is. So I think I might have done that wrong. Can I move? Should I move temp here? Oh, that's like... Oh, it's being called from there. Okay, so... Still not 100% sure. We'll need to rebuild there. I don't know if that fixes it or anything. But yeah, we're not getting any... Any command buffers here. I am updating that correctly, right? Post command buffer. Yeah, I mean, we get there for sure, probably. for sure, probably. Okay, so it doesn't like the move temps. It did not like the move temps. It would be one thing if we were iterating over the commands and nothing were happening, but we're not even iterating over them. I wonder if the data goes away. Like, I wonder if I actually need to put a copy in there. You know what I mean? Because it's latent, right? I mean, I suppose that's what the move temps are doing. They're taking the data and putting it into the queue. If I'm understanding move semantics correctly. So yeah, I want to see if that breakpoint gets hit. If that doesn't, I mean, there's no way that doesn't, right? No way that doesn't get hit. And should we run just one? Just run one and see what happens. It was working, so I don't know. Okay, so we did get here. Pending command buffers, I suppose, should be empty at this point. Add, it says next node is null, commands empty. Tail null. Yeah, I'm not sure how to like actually read what's in here. Where is it? What is this data type on? F entity command? Oh, that's for removing data. Okay. Okay, we got here. Okay, what's our buffer look like? We have a command to update attachment data. Okay. Does this function work? Or should I go back to using the other function? I think I should maybe go back to using the other function. I mean, we're getting calls here, so why is it so laggy? Did I spawn a bunch or just one? Okay, I spawned 2,000. Okay, and so now we're back to a point where nothing is in the queue. What happened that fucked up the queue such that nothing's getting added to it? Something fucked up the queue. I'm kind of wanting to put a copy in here. Let's try this with a copy and see what happens. I just need to get it working and then we can start to do the more efficient things. All right, come on. The queue may be getting overridden somewhere. I mean, you can only NQ or DQ. You can't set it equal to anything. So I think what's happening is there's something that gets put into, because the queue is a linked list basically. And so something's getting put into the queue that I'm gonna guess gets like deleted from memory or something like that. And then that breaks the linked list, making the queue think there's nothing else in there. I think something along those lines is happening. So still nothing. Are you a programmer? No, I just like to stare at code. I have no idea what it says or how it works. Sorry, sarcasm aside, yes, I am a programmer. I assume you mean like for my job, and yes, I am. Yeah, what the fuck is happening here? Okay, so why is it only the entity attachment processor that I'm seeing here? Is that a fucking issue? Give me one entity. Okay, now I'm seeing other ones, okay. Where was yesterday's spawned NPCs? All gone today. Yep, they're all gone. Mans. I can't actually see. I can't actually see like the fucking struct. Can I? No. I have to like look through the fields, I guess. Let me see here. I feel like I should use this add entity data. No, because the instant struct is going to be like really bad. Okay, so we're still getting here. For attachment data, what else are we getting here for LOD data? Attachment, LOD. Okay, so it doesn't seem like we're getting there for the ISM processor. Also, I didn't stream yesterday. So is it my processor not getting fucking processed here? Okay, so why aren't we... Am I just... Oh, are we never setting the proxy actor data? No, we are. The instance data never has a valid instance. instance data is never valid because that, let me figure out where I update that at. It should be ISM subsystem, right? Yeah, so add entity ISM instance. We do that from tick. Which is not getting hit at all. Because LOD data is not getting, it does not seem to be getting ever updated. Okay, so I think maybe just the updates never get actually applied properly. Is that the issue? Yeah, we should be getting there. Oh, we're just like not even getting here at all? Are we paused? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, so yeah, we were never updating the data. That makes sense? Yeah, so this never worked. Where was my old one? Let's see, yeah, give me that. God, I need to reorganize this. I'm getting fucking lost in the sauce here. So I already have the struct type passed in. Struct type, find data struct. Wait, why doesn't that? Why don't you like that? Data instance, I already have the data memory. We'll just call that. There we go. Live coding. Roxy, just sit. It's okay. You're okay. Just sit. Why did you fail? Not all pass return. Okay, yeah. That should return probably true. Is that what that should return? I would think you'd want it to return whether or not it, I don't think I'm using the return for anything, so it doesn't really fucking matter, but, okay. Now we're getting here. Now we're getting here. Now we're cooking. Okay, that was the issue. Where's he at? Okay, so now we're hitting the real fucking issues here. Okay, for each async is now not working. Hello, the clean code guy is back. Where? I don't know where this clean code guy is that you're talking about. Okay, so captured data. What's happening here? That's like, oh, fucksy wucksy here. Wonder, maybe the live coding messed that up. So let's go ahead and rebuild just in case. Oh, I hope this isn't the actual issue. This function is a pain. Let's close all those tabs too. We don't really need any of them at the moment. Spawner, yeah, let's just start with one. Okay, we have a guy. It is all fucksy wucksy. So the make tuple is failing. This is kind of difficult to debug. Okay, but we check if it has all of the entity data. I can't see anything here. I have to assume that like one of these datas is null or something. But I have like no way to see. I have no way to see what the actual data is, which was a bonus of my previous system, that I could debug it very easily. They all have a reference count, though. Like, they are all... I don't think any of them are empty. And I don't know that I don't think I'm deleting. I don't know. Maybe the move to data or something. Is there movement? There's movement data, but that's just... There is no move to data. How often do you run into coroutine or threading issues like this during game dev? Or these new game engines have lots of safety nets? I mean, that's just what I'm working on right now. That like I'm rewriting my entire ECS system, and I'm working on the threading part of it. So when I'm not working on it, I don't run into those issues that much. But that's kind of, this is outside the scope of the engine. Like these, this is caused by my code. It's not like the engine itself isn't just crashing for some engine reason. Like this is, it has to do with my code. So it's not like the engine's fault or anything. No threading issues happen at the fault of the engine. I think maybe is what you're looking for. I'm not sure what to do here. This is like the syntax that I don't really understand very well. With the variadic packing things. I can see we're trying to do entity avatar data. We are trying to update the entity avatar data. Wait. Or I guess we're trying to just... It's avatar, yeah, we're trying to get that. I wonder, is there something happening? Let me look up all of the usages of this, I guess. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, so there's a lot of places that this can go wrong. I forgot that I do stuff like this. Get entity data. Oh, I do this kind of thing in so many places where I just get the data ad hoc. And I need to not do that. I need to copy it to the background thread, right? Rather than using a pointer to it. Because none of these should be like rights, you know? Never mind. Write to it right there when I spawn it. What's the bug you're running into? It's not really a bug. I'm just doing like an entire refactor now. I guess I fucking do a lot of shit, don't I? Fuck. Yeah. Ooh. God, now I'm missing working with the U objects because it just made everything so nice and easy. Made everything so nice and easy. Yeah, there's gonna need to be... This is gonna be like such a drastic change. Let me check what's... This is on the game thread, so let me check what's happening on the other threads here. Kind of nothing, actually. So maybe it's not a threading issue and it's just a null pointer. Yeah, literally nothing is happening on any other thread. Okay, so... God, I wish this source, we're dereferencing a null pointer there, source element, which parameter was that? The second one. What does destination look like here? I mean, just raw memory, so I can't really... I mean, that looks fine, I think. Source is other data, which is null. Copy to empty. Do I need a copy? Is this able to be successfully hit ever? I feel like it should be. I feel like that was definitely happening beforehand. We're still doing one entity. Yeah, just stick with one entity. Okay, so we're here. Okay, yeah, so it runs, I mean, it runs plenty of times fine. And then we eventually get there. Is all project in C, C++ or like a little scripting layer of sorts to code game interactions? It's mostly C++, but it's Unreal Engine, so Unreal Engine has its own blueprint scripting language. It's a visual scripting. The LOD processor. Was it always the LOD processor? Entity LOD processor. Oh, there's a pointer here for the anim queue. Does that matter? I have LODs. Oh, I have transform data, LOD data, avatar, entity data, all in here. Okay, so I can't see some of the data. I wish it would give me more of these. This and that. So I guess it's F avatar entity data. Has it changed at all? What has changed? The instance data has changed. The blend filter. I see something about a blend filter here. I do see changed data. So blend filter does not have a copy to that or something. Other data. Filter per axis. Okay. The blend filter, that's for the blend space. I'm sampling for the ISMCs to like send like their vertex animated instant static mesh, and so like to determine which animations should be like to determine the frames of each blended animation, I sample a blend space in C++. And so that's what this blend filter is doing. And it's interesting, so this is happening as a result of trying to do async on the LOD processor. Is it always the LOD processor? Or is it something else? Because I feel like it does work eventually. It does work for some things. A very specific thing that's happening here. I wish I could get the lines for these other frames, or these other parts of the stack. Yeah, so I mean, I see what's happening, but I don't know why that's happening. Other data is just null for some reason. And so what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to copy things over. Should I move temp here? Does that work? Or should it be, should I forward? Oh man, that's so much. That is so that is so much rebuilding, man. That's gonna be, this might have to be an off-stream thing, because like, yeah, waiting for these builds to happen. Oh, that doesn't even fucking work, does it? Don't even fucking work. Okay, how about we do, let me split this up. So I can get a little bit more information as to like, what is it, the tuple part? I think it was the tuple part. Auto thing. Is that no trailing? And that way I can know if it's on the dereference of this or if it's on the make tuple. Can I actually split those though? That would be nice. But yeah, I got a mow today, and like this is gonna take a long time to like recompile each time. Doesn't even work. Okay. There are no parameters to expand. Yay. I'd also like to learn more about this variadic pack operator to actually be able to properly debug this. Okay, so do I have to do that in line? Like there's no other way to. Like there's no other way to
write this such that I can split it apart. I guess I could just like auto this, like auto thing. Does that work? I mean, it's still gonna fail in this line and I'm not gonna know. I guess I could see if thing is like a null pointer or something, although that's probably not even gonna show up in the debugger properly. I don't even know what I would see there. Yeah, that doesn't even fucking work, yeah. Okay, so just keep inlining that, I suppose. Make tuple. Oop. Okay. Let's find someone to send you guys to. Who is streaming? It says playing some Valheim. Let's send you guys. Cavino. Cavino's got a YouTube stream too, so we're gonna send you guys over there. On both YouTube and Twitch. Cavino. Save. Oh yes, my 2 viewers on the horizontal stream. Okay, redirect to Cavino. Do you love coding? Yeah, generally speaking, yeah. I mean, I don't love it all the time, though. Okay, so yeah. This was a pretty productive stream, I would say. Got some things figured out. Figured out some more things that haven't been figured out. So yeah, this is going to be probably a pretty long journey redoing this refactor. So this is what I'm going to be doing for the next week, at least. I'm going to assume. Maybe longer. Maybe longer. But thank you all so much for hanging out with me. And I hope you all have a great rest of your weekend. I appreciate your eyeballs and your views. And just your just hanging outness as well. So yeah, I'm gonna go mow now, which feels bad, man. But gotta be done. So yeah, bye everyone. Bye.